retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Yeah, we ran out of patience. Boil up with a cold hard hatred.
Hey kid, don't ever let them get inside your head. They'll tell you what to do in life instead of everything you know that you could get. Don't let them guide your life towards regret. I'll fight for what I love with every breath. My past is filled with things I won't forget. I use them all to push me to my best. So treat the worst of times just like a test. If only I could go back in time, I'd tell myself that everything will end up alright. Just push yourself, test yourself, figure out what you like, and find your limits, don't be rigid, always work towards a prime. Surround yourself with open minds, people can change your life. A few friends with intent can help you feel alive. Find a passion, take some action, and with a little time, just be patient, make a statement, try to enjoy your life. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless. Make some progress, I can see that they compare. I think everyone's against me, maybe something in the air. Am I paranoid? I swear a void is forming and they're scared. I walk a straight path, not many can say that. I like to play fast, cross me and there's payback. You better pray that I don't see your face at any place that I go. I know you hate that. I've been doing fine, I'm not wasting any more time. I live for the fight and the climb, and I think that the pain that's deep inside is what defines. So I won't give up, I'm gonna make it to the top. I don't care what's in my way, I swear I'm never gonna stop. I could fall flat on my face and I swear I will get back up, cause I don't deserve a thing and the road ahead is tough. They'll try to kick you while you're down, they wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt, they're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless. Then it's your chance to be ruthless.
When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. The road is dark, the way is lost. My eyes, they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
You damn well know we will feature stories today. Clay Higgins declaring war. We're going to talk about it. This is the armed and dangerous teen, and that's what it was, intruder in New York. Yet again, Mississippi deputy fatally shot. Lawmaker criticized for blatantly racist post. Zuck wants you distracted during this election season. Dice video, totally epic. Tucker and Putin review. You're going to love it because you haven't heard it broken down intelligently. Not yet. We have the Go Free lesson of the day. We're going to do a little bit different here. We got some bad news. We got some good news. The economy relative to the criminal intruders, as well as a changing Jaceberging environment that could benefit us. Your comments, calls, questions, and Twitter space. And then there's this. Need advice. I think my wife has been cheating on me because she's been going out with the girls a lot lately and comes home late. If the phone rings and I answer, the caller doesn't say anything, and she avoids making eye contact with me. Last night, about 1:30 a.m., I hid in the backyard behind my aluminum fishing boat waiting for her. When she finally came home, she got out of some sketchy-looking truck, straightened her blouse and skirt. I quickly kneeled down behind the boat, and that's when I noticed a huge crack in the engine mounting bracket. Anyhow, is that something that can be fixed, or do I have to buy a new engine mount? Priorities, ladies and gentlemen, priorities. When you really have something to worry about, you want to compare what's important in this world. And I'm going to tell you what, when a man's toys, fishing boat, and cars and things are going bad, that's where the focus is. It is a glorious Sunday evening, Monday morning across this globe in service to white well-being, ladies and gentlemen, which of course we know is service to the well-being of all peoples that live in Western civilization. It is 5 p.m. in the once great state of Virginia, across from Mordor on the Potomac, 7 in Sydney, 10 in London, midnight in Moscow, where an interview took place recently, and we're going to be reviewing some of this interview. I am absolutely stunned on one side of the spectrum at how few actually gleaned anything of value. And then at the same time, on the other end of the spectrum, totally expecting that people would completely miss the valuable things that were in this conversation, things that could be taken away, and focused on things that were totally irrelevant. Leave it to the land of midwittery, especially in the white population these days. It's just like, what does midwittery even mean anymore? It used to mean white people that were pretty darn exceptional. Not anymore. It means that they are dense as all get out. Well, you may financially gift over the course of this gathering. If you are not one of those dense midwit imbeciles, you can do so over at Entropy, which is up and running. You may do so over at Odyssey, either in cash dollars or their cryptocurrency. It is up and running. You may do so on D Live in their cute little cryptocurrency. It is also up and running. You may financially gift over at Cash App. I'm surrounded by monitors, not quite surrounded, but nearly. And that's what I'm pointing at. They're everywhere around me, ladies and gentlemen. Cash App over here on a monitor over to my right, your left. You may financially gift there in cryptocurrency or cash dollars. And also Subscribe Star, which has to be added. I thought it was already up. Yes, it actually is already up. Okay, Subscribe Star up and running as well. If you would like to financially gift during the course of this going free gathering Sunday. You remember how they used to do that for the monster trucks back in the day when the country used to be white? Sunday. Giant trucks will drive over smaller trucks. Totally white people thing. White people are showing up loud. Wear your hearing protection. Bring your hearing protection for your children. You may financially gift also by heading on over to knowwhyguilt.org with the .org on the end of it. And you will click on the financial gift tab. You will see cryptocurrency wallets that I use. You may financially gift there. I will recognize the anonymous gift the subsequent week. We haven't had, with the exception of a true blue patriot, no I guilt champion, we have not had any cryptocurrency financial gifts over a year. So can you imagine the ADL coming to shut me down like the anti-white ADL like they did? You can financially gift there. You will also see a snail mail address, and we have a box of goodies that came in the thaumatological mailbag, ladies and gentlemen. The thaumatological mailbag, because we are the advanced placement adults in the room, these special forces who are working to recapture the destiny of Western kind and to make these wonderful 50 states a glorious and dazzling place for folks of all backgrounds to enjoy and contribute to with their patriotism, their heroism, their law-abiding, unlike so many of these intruders that we have, armed intruders coming in. We'll be getting to one of those in a minute, but very quickly, I want to say, I see Odin, I see Jerome. Great to see you, brother. First, last, brand danger. So many champions have shown up. Hey, this is the opportunity to let people know that this is the Sunday gathering and service to white well-being. We're right. Our predictions about the world, 99.9% right. Our method, scientifically proven. It works in everyone's lives. You're not going to find it anywhere else. It just happens to be the way it is. It is time to reach out to those wonderful people and let them know that we're going to be breaking down some things. Why? Why do we break them down? To empower you with the concepts that you can use in conversation to transform and recapture your own life, as well as the lives of those around you, to take us, scientifically proven, out of the anti-white narrative, which is our victimizers' psychological warfare that is used upon us, that is enforced, that is pressed upon us, and that manipulates our arguments, manipulates the way we think so that we can never find our way out of this mess. We are the only people doing it. It's a truth. You have found the biggest secret in the resistance to our victimizers. Why don't we go ahead and pull up right now, and we're going to listen to a representative in the House, the federal government, Clay Higgins. You got to love this guy. You got to love him. He's declaring war on the anti-whites. Let's see what Clay has to say. It looks a little bit like a movie scene. Okay, it's a little histrionic. I got it. I understand. I understand where you're coming from. You might look at this and say, hey, is this a movie? Is this some kind of a movie coming out? Because it's kind of like a B movie, but it doesn't matter, because this Clay guy, we're liking this Clay guy. Let him have it.
We're done talking to the Biden administration. We're going to replace Biden in November 2024.
Can y'all hear him okay? He's got a little bit of a Louisiana Southern accent. I grew up with a little boy when I was a little boy. He showed up one day and he said, hi, my name is, and I'm not going to give his actual name. He knocked on the door, said this to my mother, gave his name and said, do you have any sons I can play with? And she said, yeah, they're out back. And so there began a glorious friendship of several years before they had to move away. He was from Louisiana, and he talked a little bit like this. So try to pay attention. The words here, as they are written on the screen, are wrong. Most of them. Some of them are correct.
The cartels, when you're watching from your comfortable TV.
Says, I think he says the cartels, comfortable watching on their TV.
You're going to have to change your business model, son. We're about to secure 1,954 miles of our border.
We're liking that.
We're going to control the desert. We're going to control and secure the state and county roads.
Does anybody see a vice president in Trump? Maybe we got somebody for vice president here. Maybe he's going to change. You're going to change things, son. Could you imagine this guy actually having the power to actually go after the cartels? They would all be dead. This guy would want to raid their mansions and those giant resorts where they launder money, just machine gun them all to death, and then pose with their bodies. The belts of bullets. Anybody who would say that's not what drug cartel leaders deserve, you can go straight to hell.
We're going to seize your vehicle.
Listen to this.
We're going to chip them.
We're going to seize your vehicle and chip them, but it gets even better.
Send it back to you. We're going to arrest and flip your men. We're going to chip them.
We're going to arrest and flip your men, and we're going to chip them as well and send them back to you.
And send them back to you.
So they would have to kill them all, or they would have to never have anything to do. I guess they would have to kill them. I don't know. Now, he does get something. He might get something a little wrong here. It's the heat, and I'm sure you could tell it's quite hot. They're wiping the sweat off. So he might get his compass direction a little mixed up, unless somebody wants to help me on this.
We're going to push you into the water. We're going to push you into the Pacific to your east. We're going to push you into the Caribbean and the Gulf to your west. We're going to identify, investigate, and flip your bankers.
Flip your bankers too.
Not even going to know that they're working for us.
Oh my God, wouldn't this be epic? Somebody get this man one of those boats. It's like one of those police the small Coast Guard boat, and have like a M60 mounted on there with tons of belts hanging down of ammo and a big ass Confederate flag, baby. That's what's going to be patrol. If I were in charge of Louisiana, any of these southern states on the Gulf, I would totally have that. I would say, yeah, this is my shore patrol. Confederate flag is a must.
You've been living fat for a couple of years while your boy Biden stumbles around and your employee Mayorkas executes your old policies. But that's done because in November of this year, Republicans will regain the majority in this body, and our border will very quickly be secured. So, fair warning, fellas. We're coming.
Yeah.
On behalf of the St. Landry Parish Sheriff's Office, the Louisiana State Police, the U.S. Marshals, and every cop and law-abiding citizen from sea to shining sea, I'm Captain Clay Higgins, asking every patriot to stand up, share this video, and send a clear message to the world. We're Americans. We'd rather die on our feet than live on our knees.
Amen. Amen. That is so epic. I love this. This is fantastic. Make this man the vice president so that when he gets, you know what Trump needs? Trump needs a vice president that is going to be able to become president after this term for Trump, his third, and that'll be able to become president and will be able to resist the anti-whites who will want to go after Trump, after his family, once again, after everybody that helped Trump put everybody in jail again. That's going to all over again. Somebody like this guy, I think, is going to be able to stand up to them. It just seems from the outside. I haven't seen a lot of him, but it seems from the outside that that's what needs to be done. Wouldn't that be epic? Wouldn't that be the coolest thing ever? It would be back to like those old Vietnam videos and the photographs over in Nam, where you had the military, the U.S. military out there. They're riding around in tanks, choppers, and they got Confederate flags painted, and they got Confederate flags, stars and stripes, both on the tank. Let's do that again, God damn it. That's what we need on the southern border. That's going to send a message. The stars and stripes has really become the new red carpet to the world. I think we'll raise that Confederate flag. That'll send a new message to all these border crossers south of the good old U.S. of A. You ain't welcome anymore. Look, I tell you, the only thing that gets kind of pathetic here, kind of conservative-y, cucky, is down here. They make sure to give you a real close-up. Now, Clay didn't do this. Somebody made this. Make sure they give you a close-up of the black people, because in conservative cuck land, in the cucks of the conservative land, you're only legitimate if you have non-white agreement. No, non-white people are legitimate when they stand beside us against anti-whiteism, which everybody can see is taking their rights away as well. So just as we've had non-white guests here, all the way up to the great Dr. Swain, they can stand with us against anti-whiteism, because anti-whiteism is immoral, and because anti-whiteism is used to strip everybody, irrespective of their race, of their rights. God bless Clay. Let's make this man president someday. We'll pop up now our next. And what is he, what is this guy against, right? Does anybody know anything about him, by the way? I'm loving that guy. But what are we up against? What is he talking about? Why am I saying we need somebody, you know, hopefully he would be that tough, right? Hopefully. I mean, he sounds like he would. When you say to the drug cartels, I mean, that's no joke. I mean, they got an uncountable number of dollars, weaponry, etc., that they're not buying from the United States. What a joke that they're not buying from the United States. Just as another anti-white argument to deprive everyone of all backgrounds of their right to self-defense. They're doing it by criticizing white people, attacking white people, gun culture. And yeah, we got a self-defense culture, mother. That's what we got. So that we never have to suffer under tyrants like you all. So what is Clay? Why do we need somebody tough like Clay, or at least what he's presenting? You know what I mean? Because we don't know for sure. We'd have to hold his feet to the fire as well. So what is it that he is talking about here? Armed and dangerous. It says teen here, but is he a teen? I'm not sure. I'm throwing some doubt on that, but maybe. I think he's not, though. How many of these, you look at Europe, how many of these like 35-year-old, 16-year-olds end up in the households of white people and in proximity to their white daughters? And how many stories have we read where the 16-year-old from wherever, somewhere in the Middle East, somewhere in North Africa or Central Africa, ends up raping and having sex with his new white sister? So maybe not. Armed and dangerous, not a migrant, a criminal intruder, cries after arrest over chaotic Times Square shooting. Chaotic Times Square shooting. He tried to murder someone. There he is. The doubtful press. I press D for doubt. I press D for doubt on his age. A criminal intruder suspected of shooting a tourist, firing, and get this, America has just become so non-white, not only with its own population, but with the tourists, that it was a non-white tourist he shot. Suspected of shooting a tourist and fire and shooting at police officers in a robbery gone wrong. Where else have we heard that often? The robbery gone wrong. South Africa, Rhodesia. How many times? I mean, it's all the time. Every ritualistic torture and rape of an entire family and killing of their animals and etc., according to the police in South Africa, and it's warranted hyperbole because it happens so often, is a robbery gone wrong. It, is a theft gone wrong every single time when it happens to white people. This is coming to America. This is coming to Italy. This is coming to Greece. This is coming to the totality of the Western world. What? Why? Because for so many reasons, white people, selfish individualists, and excuse my enthusiasm, all right? I get fired up because I've been doing this so long, fighting for my people, sacrificing the totality, dedicating the totality of my life. Johnny come latelys come in, they roll in. Or Janet come latelys, they roll in, and they just want to share. Some view that's either totally asinine on this end of the spectrum, totally self-destructive as well on that end of the spectrum. So something needs to be done. And if I'm shadow banned, and if I'm too aggressive for these group of children over here and not violent enough for these mentally unhinged folks over there, then you'll just have to understand. Robbery gone wrong in Times Square. U.S. Marshal Joint Regional Fugitive Task Force and the NYPD tracked the anti-white, non-white, whatever this guy's name is, Jesus Alejandro Rivas Figueroa down to Yonkers less than 24 hours after Thursday's mayhem at the crossroads of the world. How about we take whatever this crossroads of the world and we chuck that in the Atlantic Ocean, and we'll call this Western civilization, bitch. That's what we'll call it from now on. There needs to be a big house cleaning in New York. Photos obtained by the Post showed the suspect wearing a dark T-shirt, jeans, and a gold necklace being taken into custody at around 3:30 p.m. at what sources said was the home of a relative. He was crying. Oh, so he was crying because he was caught. This is where we live now. Hey, white folk out there. Hey, open your eyes. The non-white people who see what's going on and side with us here, and they can see it's anti-whiteism. They see it and they're able to say it. So white folk, stop being a clown. Stop clowning around. Stop being so dumb. Stop being so thick-headed. Our world is coming to an end. We can't sit around pretending like this isn't happening as a result of the attack on us, the attack on what we create. He's crying. So that's what you'll have. You'll have these widespread criminal, everywhere. There have millions have come in. Millions have come in. Both parties want millions, an endless supply, an open door. They put together a bill that was going to be, and it's going to come again. It's going to come up again. That's just a permanent open door to Central and South America so that the United States can become the best functioning of the Latin shithole countries. No, thank you. And by the way, the stability that you see in any of the Central South American countries, as I point out, is only a consequence of the economic, militaristic, etc. structures and ability to enforce those structures that are a result of Western countries like the United States. You want to see Central and South America go back to the jungle real fast? You just keep weakening the West. You just keep weakening the West, and you'll see a completely different Central South America. And then you'll really have the trains chugging up to the United States. And then what are you going to do, white people? You all going to invite them into your homes? You all going to let them set up camp? And you won't be able to do anything about it. There he is. Oh, poor guy right there. Actually should have the absolute shit beat out of him. Why did anybody think that he would, and any of the others, as there's going to be good people, of course, and they're going to be bad people as well. But why would you think that any of them would obey the law when their sole existence, the sole reason for their existence in the United States is breaking the law and having no consideration for our privacy, our belongings, our land? They don't have no consideration for you. Why do you think they're going to respect you once they are in your neighborhood? They don't respect the border to your country. They don't respect any of your customs, any of your ways, anything. They've demonstrated that from the very first act. This is not, and I repeat, and you can watch it unfold 10,000 times if one, this is not a war has broken out in this country that is directly beside us or one over or whatever it is. And some of their population is going to be exterminated by another part. And now that population has fled and they've taken what they could carry of there's no going back. It's all been destroyed and laid waste to. And they have shown up without shoes, all skinny because they're starving and missing limbs from that is different than everything that's been going on at the southern border of the United States forever. No, this is about white erasure. This is about taking a population of a town and quadrupling it with a completely different race of people or different races so that it becomes difficult to find any white people. That's white erasure. That's what it's always been about. So why would he respect our laws? Now, if you're not going to argue from the perspective of white well-being against anti-whiteism, then what is going to be your retort to this? Because the anti-whites are going to say, well, if he were just allowed to be in school, if you just paid for his lunch and breakfast and dinner, and you paid for his schooling, like that brand new, how many millions of dollars is that school, that brand new school in Texas? I mean, the price tag was unreal. 10 million, tens of millions of dollars. It's all non-white. And, you know, all you got to do is throw money at something. The actual human entities don't matter, and how they think and behave don't matter. But they have like what they can read at a 6th grade level at this high school, $10 million high school or whatever it is. And then they just stage, the reason it was in the news, they stage a walkout because they can't play on their phones at school. So if you just fed this guy, if you just gave him all the white girlfriends he wanted, if you just bought him the nicest cell phones and let him go to the most expensive schools, and then you at work, you say, hey, we will fire white guys. We'll discriminate against white guys so we can have you, so that we can have diversity, which means, of course, no white people. We'll do all that. Then they'll be happy and they'll behave. And then how many times over the course of our lives, generations of lives, do we turn around and find all these white people saying, well, yeah, just go ahead. Appease them a little bit more. Appease them some more. Has the appeasement worked? How many generations? How many generations have you been ignoring that this is an attack on us? Open your eyes. Open your eyes. It's almost too late. So, to sum it up, this piece of filth, this criminal intruder, this military anti-white soldier, terrorist, comes to the United States, illegally enters the United States, and then, those are just facts about his entry, then ends up in New York, decides he has a 45. The firearm is a 45. This is not like this is not a Saturday night special. This is not a little gun. This is a blow a hole in your back about that big kind of a gun. Little hole on the front, hole that big on the back, all right? This is a big firearm. He didn't get it from the gun store, right? So cocaine is illegal, I think. Is it still illegal in New York? I mean, just leave it up to the anti-whites to make it legal. Still illegal. Everybody can get it. Everybody can get it. Illegal firearms, illegal. He can get it. Nothing you can do about it. He can get it. But you watch, the anti-whites will take away your right to self-defense so that this monster is armed when he comes to your lily white neighborhood in your white house, where you're trying to pretend it isn't about race, except it's all about harming white people. That harms everybody of every race. This guy's going to show up with a 45. So he decides he's just going to go. Why not? He's going to go to the store and he's going to rob the shit out of some store. And then some security guard, what was the security guard thinking? Says, I'm going to stop him. And this guy pulls out a gun. It's like, well, I'll just kill you then. I'll just murder you. And starts shooting. Misses the security guard because apparently the security guard is like Spider-Man, and hits some woman from Brazil, I think, in the leg, and she has to crawl away. Ain't that America? You and me getting shot at when we're shopping to see, baby. Ain't that America? Home of the dead. Little pink caskets for you and me. She crawls to safety. He runs out of the store. The police pursue, and then he's like, I'll just shoot at them. You know what? Why didn't this happen when the country was 90% white? I wonder why. You know, these kind of things happen in all of these other countries. They happen in all of these countries where the people are coming from, and now it happens here. I wonder what changed. I wonder what's different now, huh? Got to think about it. Got to think about it. What could be the difference? So now he's arrested, and now comes out the kid gloves. I got this videos I'm watching of these New Yorkers. A lot of them white, some of them non-white, American citizens. And they're like, what the fucking hell? All of them. The police can't do anything to these people. They've got to be doing something really bad, the police say, for them to, because if they don't, then it makes the NYPD look bad. If they intervene on just the beatings and the shopliftings and the maimings and the theft and all of that, it makes the NYPD look bad. You have so many of these anti-white folks. We can't keep doing this. We can't keep pretending that something else is actually happening. We can't keep blaming racial groups. You can't keep identifying some racial group and saying, well, they're at fault. We've got to be a people who achieve individual well-being by way of group well-being, or it's over. Wonder what is the cause. Well, what else is going on in this country that Representative Clay Higgins, I'm sure he would wage war on if he could, and that is the soft handling of these anti-white criminals that we see all the time, which results in horrific stories like this. I shared in a tweet about this story that we have the conceptual, scientifically proven tools to undermine anti-whiteism, which is this psychological warfare that's waged against us. Tell your friends, by the way, that we're here. They're not going to get this anywhere else. I go out and I wet my beak in a little bit of this and a little bit of that. What are the folks still listening to? And nothing has changed in my decades of service to white well-being and the white sympathetic sphere. Nothing has changed. It is all the most flaccid, banal, asinine commentary that nobody can do anything with except complain about. So if you're not sharing, then our countries are not going to get any better. Everything is this will keep happening. Do you see what happened here? I'll have to pull up the picture of this man, this police officer, and his family. Wife and babies that he will never see again, that they will never see him again. Because this anti-white animal monster murdered him. Why does that happen? Is that just crime, Jason? Is that just, Jason, it's not about white people. It's not about attacking white people. That's just crime, Jason. That's just a subject about what kind of laws there should be and how they should be. It's a criminal justice system conversation, Jay. Not about white people, except it's all about white people. 100%. Because the laws were in place. The criminal justice system functioned properly. It prevented crime. Let us go back to when the country was 90% white. Let us go back to when France was 95+% white. Let us go back to when the UK was 95+% white. Let us go back to when Italy was 95+% white. Let us go back to when Sweden was 99+% white. Let us just go back, not even all the way to when these places were created, invented, and they were 100% white. Let's just go back not long ago, several generations back, and let's have a look at the criminal justice systems. Let's have a look at the application of the law. Something has changed. Who made that criminal justice system? Who applied the laws? How did the criminal justice systems work across the West? What were the mores? Where did those mores come from? Did they come from the white people who composed those countries? Or did they just fall out of the sky from the Moray fairy? Everybody knows about the Moray fairy. She just tinkles around everywhere she goes, tinkling the mores that she shares upon the world, and they don't belong to anybody. They're not the creation of anybody. It's just she's tinkling them on the world. They're just abstractions that maybe we will endorse, maybe we won't. You know, that's going to be another story about Trump, isn't it? It's going to be another story. It's going to be, well, you know, maybe the whole Russia pissing thing wasn't true, but he really likes to get tinkled on by the fairies. Boy, that sounded different than I actually was trying to joke there. That's like a double-sided joke. You're welcome. These things are white. And if we continue to sever ourselves from the justice systems we create, the laws, the mores, how they're supposed to function, if we continue to sever them from us and make them into abstractions because we're too embarrassed about claiming them, we're too afraid, we think it's immoral to claim these things, then they're going to keep getting white erased. You have to own, you know, part of the reason that anti-whites are able to say that white people have no culture is that white people are scared shitless to own what is ours. We want to say it belongs to the world. Just think about how often white people disavow the wonderful things that we do. Space flight, not ours. It's mankind. No, it's part of our fucking culture. It's part of what the scientific method is us. It's part of us. It's who we are. Walking on the moon, white people. Space station, white people. That's ours. Think about it. Automobiles, NASCAR racing, dirt bike racing, classical music. White people disavow everything. Nope, not ours. No shit. Anti-whites are able to say you don't have a culture. You don't own shit. You don't claim anything because you're too fucking scared. You think it's immoral to do so. No, it's the world's. And then when they turn around and they're like, you don't have a culture, and you're like, I guess I don't. No shit. You gave it all away. The norms, the laws, the customs. Now watch. That's going to be a take that will be said by some dilettante somewhere, and she or he will end up with hundreds of thousands of views on that take. People will be talking about how brilliant they are. Why do police officers get murdered the way they are, as often as they are, especially white ones? We live in the anti-white narrative. Why? Because our norms, our mores, our system of justice has been white erased. This kind of thing would be impossible. This wife and children would have their husband and father. Let me see if I can find it really quickly, the picture. They would have their husband and father if it weren't for white erasure. White erasure is a consequence of anti-whiteism. I'll show you the family in a second so I can go ahead and read some of this story. Awful, just awful. Mississippi deputy fatally shot during traffic stop by suspect who was killed by police after the chase. He should have been killed 5 times. I maybe with Clay as president, he would be killed 5 times. This is what we do to monsters. This is what white people have we didn't care about the race. If a white guy had done this, this is our mores, we would kill him 5 times. And the community would applaud. I just saw Walsh did a clip. Thank God he's getting a lot of views. He just did a clip on how some anti-white, non-white monster shot at a passing car and hit a white female teenager in the head. She died 2 days later, and she was apparently this wonderful person. She looked it. And did well in school. I think she also mentioned at church and all of this sort of stuff. And Walsh made a puissant argument there that this is this sympathy for the monster is a zero-sum game. Because if you're going to show sympathy for a predator, a monster, then you have to allow the victims and their families to suffer. It's a zero-sum game. No one would want the monster in their community. So let's just execute the motherfucker. Instead of, the guy had days or weeks earlier had shot at somebody else. And they said, well, he's not mentally competent enough to stand trial or to be charged. And now this young white female is dead. We're not going to get here. I'm afraid, it's never been, the path has never been to our recapture of our destiny through violence or voting. Through violence or voting. It's neither. It's going to be, it's what we're doing, changing the moral imperative of our conversations. You change that moral imperative, you change the social morality of our day. You fight these battles at the dinner table with family members, with friends, and that takes place doesn't matter how wealthy they are, folks. Maybe I'll give you a visual. So that you can understand that it can't work on the macro if it doesn't work on the micro. What we do works on the micro, which means it will work on the macro. It doesn't matter how much money a person has. You could take, think of any and all of the richest people that can come to mind and combine trillions and trillions of dollars. They still wipe their own asses, just like you do, just like the homeless guy does. There's no difference between your dinner table and theirs. There's no difference between those conversations at your dinner table and the conversations that they have to have at their dinner tables. Well, look at Kennedy. Look at this Kennedy right now. The one with the speech problem. He was asked, would he be the vice president for Donald? Would he run with Donald Trump if Donald Trump asked? And then this guy, thanks to anti-whiteism and how gelded the white male has become, and just sycophantic, obsequious trucklers of female domination, gynocentrism, and he's got his wife with him, and he decides he's going to immediately crawl. He's going to put that little cage on between his legs, and he's going to say, and he actually said to them, oh, it would ruin my marriage. And then she leans in and she's like, yes, it would. You, bitch. I'm not saying I want this guy to run, but give me a break. You're not going to get there. You're not going to do the things that need to be done with female domination in the house. That's where the battle is. The dinner table. That's where the trenches are. The dinner table. That's where the octagon is. The dinner table. All of the fight for the reclamation of our destiny is at the dinner table. Authorities in Mississippi say a sheriff's deputy was shot and killed during a traffic stop by a suspect. He was killed by police. Just a suspect. You mean an anti-white, non-white monster Belmont, Mississippi. Sheriff deputy was shot and killed during a traffic stop by a suspect who was killed by police. George County Deputy Jeremy Malone was killed after he stopped a vehicle around 5:15 p.m. Thursday, Route 98, Rocky Creek. Georgia County Sheriff Michael Mixon said in a statement. He pulled this guy over, walked up to the car, and then this human waste murdered this man. We would fix this so fast. We would fix this. If I were in charge, this would be fixed so fast your grandkids' heads would still be spinning. Let me show you. There he is. If it's hard to figure out, the animal, the murdering monster, is the guy on the left. And his race has nothing to do with it. Here is the wonderful white man, and looks like he has 2 little girls and a wife that will never see him again. Never see him again. Now, we don't know anything about this guy. If he's a cuck when it comes to politics, he would definitely not approve of what I'm saying. It's not about race, Jason. It's only about race insofar as we are targeted on the basis of our race, and that it's the excuse of targeting us on the basis of our race that they use, the anti-whites of all races, to victimize us, to take everything away, to remake America and Western civilization, to destroy it. It's only about race insofar as it's everything about race. Now, how are white lawmakers, aside from this epic Clay that we are loving, we are really loving? Wouldn't it be great if I could get him on the show? If anybody knows any staffers for Clay, reach out to them and let's set this up. Let's get Clay. I mean, he's probably tough enough. He probably has some female advisors that would say, no, don't go there. No. He talks about race. Don't go over there. He points out how we're being victimized. Don't go there. But I'm inclined to think that he would be fine with speaking to us. Let's maybe test his mettle. Let's see what Clay will do. So how are lawmakers pushing back? I mean, we are in the throes of Roman collapse. I mean, I think maybe I can coin that. We are in the throes of Roman collapse. And everybody will know what that means. And people inside this psychological warfare that's called anti-whiteism are unable, no matter how frantic, fanatical, fervid they get, they are unable to find the key. We have it. Thank God. Praise God. Praise God. We have the key. We just need people to start listening and applying and obeying. That's just what's needed. So let's have a look. Lawmaker criticized for blatantly racist post. Schriver, handsome guy. He's posted an update on X. He is doubling down on the great replacement theory. Do not use great replacement. Do not ever use that filth. That is meant to undermine us. It is given us to use. What do I mean by that? a French intellectual, Camus, came up with this phrase, and then the anti-whites saw how useful it was to undermining their victims in their argumentation, and they have pushed it now. They have pushed, it's great. What's your lived experience with great? It's replacement. What's your living experience with replacement? Both of those are positives. Your subconscious mind governs 95, 98% of your life. So when you attach two positives to what consciously in the moment you want to call a negative, you come away from it with the sensation that it's a positive. God, the human animal has been totally figured out by now. And the anti-whites are using the science to destroy you and us. And then we come together and we undermine what they do. And we get resistance. We get fools. But here's Schriver. He's wanting to do the right thing. I'd like him to do the right thing. The current regime, he tweeted, is intentionally allowing a soft invasion of America to drastically shift our demographics as a means to maintain power by replacing existing American voters with foreigners that will vote to keep the current regime. Millions every year, unsustainable. Now, what did Jason predict to you? How many months has it been that I've been predicting this? That great replacement, the concept great replacement, would end up getting used for a multiracial definition. How many times did I tell you? Did I tell you all that? Did I predict it? That's what Schriver is doing. He's not talking about white people. He's not talking about the original meaning of this. He's talking about Americans, all of us, of all races, that we are all being replaced. And that the consequence of this is that Republicans like him will find it harder and harder to get elected, at least until they change their rhetoric to match one of the two main streams in Latin America, depending upon his particular district. So he's talking here about, I was 100% right again when he talks about great replacement. American voters being conservative American voters, Republican American vote, independent American vote being replaced by a new Democrat voting class.
Racist and reckless. Harsh words from the state House Speaker after a Republican lawmaker shares an online post featuring a controversial theory. It's our top story at 6.
Now, what are the anti-whites? How loud is that for y'all? Is that too loud? Is that same as me? What are the anti-whites going to do? Well, of course, they are going to say, they're going to point out that this concept is used by white supremacists and neo-Nazis, and therefore it's evil. They're not going to talk about, the anti-whites are not going to have the discussion about whether it's happening or not. It's just an idea that is promulgated by white supremacists. Now, what is a explicit white sympathetic person going to end up doing? Falling right into the trap of wanting to debate with their audience about whether or not there is this influx of people coming in. And are there personalities over time that are for this? And did they talk about it before it's happening? And are the ones behind happening? And what's that doing for us? Nothing at all. That's not bad. Those conversations do nothing to recapture our destiny. Nothing. What about the other end? What is it going to be? What are the kind of conversations that conservatives or at least the cucks out there, are going to have at their dinner tables about this? Well, instead of arguing about things to recapture our destiny, using concepts, dialectics to recapture our destiny, they're going to have the debate about, well, what does great replacement mean? He's clearly not a Nazi. He's clearly just talking about black people, and we all know that they're so special. Just put them in your face everywhere. Then we're legit. That's what he's talking about. He's worried about his black constituency getting replaced. You ain't gonna recapture it. You're not gonna put an end to this attack on America that way.
Thank you for joining us. I'm Siobhan Klepfer. Sherry will be back tonight at 11. Republican State Representative Josh Schriver is under fire from fellow representatives for sharing a post concerning a theory many researchers call racist. 6 News reporter Josh.
I can hear, and it's making me cringe my guts right out of different orifices on my body as I hear the arguments that I know that explicit white sympathetics and implicit white sympathetics will be making. I can hear them both, and one in each ear.
Sanchez has more on that post and what lawmakers are saying tonight. Josh.
That's right, Siobhan. The image shared by Representative Schriver had the text, "The Great Replacement," over a picture of a world map. It showed white icons being covered up by black icons. Now, the image appears to be from an online video nearly 10 years old, and that supports the controversial conspiracy theory. Now, in a statement, Democratic State House Speaker Joe Tate called the post blatantly racist and says that it does not align with
There's the boss,
the Michigan House of Representatives. He went on to say the post,
"We're legit because all the bosses will be non-white. That makes us special. That you're good, right? If your content creators are non-white and they share your views, if the leaders of all of our state houses and are all non-white, yay! Then we're legit. Then they can't call us the R word. Except they do, dumb shit. Except they do. I mean, how many generations of your family have you been this dumb? How many generations do you all have to continue with the argument that they can't call us racist if we got non-white people who profess our beliefs? So it was they can't call us racist if we have blacks that share our beliefs, but they do. Then it was they can't call us racist if we have the whole panoply of the non-white world that we find out in the population. You're non-white? Do you have a conservative? Okay, yes, you'll be our keynote speaker. I don't know the language. It doesn't matter. We just want to see you up on the stage, okay? The audience will be all white, but the stage will be almost all non-white. You're going to be one of them. Okay, thank you. Do I get white girlfriend? Yes. Yeah, we'll get you a white girlfriend. And then one right after, get them up on the stage, these people. And now we can't be called racist. And then, things are changing, even more white erased. Well, okay. Well, then we'll find as many men that are attracted to other men. And then we'll put them on the stage as well. Because, they are discriminated against. And if they have conservative belief, then that makes us legitimate. Okay, except no, that didn't work either. Okay, we'll find some of those fire-breathing, dressed up as the devil, reading to children folks, and we'll put them up on the stage too. We'll make them, because then we can't be called racist, except you are. Fuck, you're stupid. God damn it. Generations of this shit. Jason, you have to kowtow to these non-white thinkers. They're brilliant. Don't you realize you're a white male? Just sit down for once. I've never been able to take my place as a leader of my people. I ain't sitting down shit. In fact, I'll pick the chair up, hit you with it. Sick of this shit. White men are getting fed up. They need people like me, and they need people like Clay. That's what the white race needs. We don't need any more of the sewing circle telling us to spread far and wide into the ether so that the sun shall not setteth upon non-white content creators as the main figures of conservative-dom. We don't want that shit. Fed up.
Highlights a, quote, dangerous and tortured narrative that fosters violence and instability. The nonprofit research organization Global Project Against Hate and Extremism,
okay, so in other words, anti-white,
describes the Great Replacement as a conspiracy theory.
Look at this guy. Handsome guy. Could you imagine if he was going out there using the concepts, actually being proud, actually being able to say, yeah, we have a culture, and in fact, it's all of this, and I'm proud of it. Could you imagine the difference? What is his constituency? How many times do I have to explain that? Not to y'all, but you know what I mean. How will his constituency, white folk, the average white person, voter, etc., and good non-white people, how will they receive it if this guy came out and said, they're trying to white erase all of our norms, all of our Western norms that we as white people created and wonderful non-white people have contributed to here in America. They're trying to white erase those norms. And I'm white. I'm not going to have it. Versus this argument about great replacement. Is it something created by Nazis? Is Hitler about to be? If you say it 3 times in the mirror, does Hitler jump out of the mirror?
Supported by white supremacist groups.
And it's a really, really dangerous theory because it has inspired many acts of mass terrorism, both in the U.S.
Holy shit. Look at this anti-white. This is why women were burned at the stake. Look at this anti-white.
And abroad. Examples include the El Paso Walmart shooting, the Tree of Life shooting at the Pittsburgh synagogue, and many, many more. So this is content, this idea.
So let this woman, instead of being able to show up and this anti-white shrill she-beast show up and be able to say, great replacement means murdering innocent non-white people. Instead of that, have her on and have her try to tell the audience of WLNS 6 that it's evil for white people to have pride, that it's evil for white people to complain about the white erasure of our justice system, of our border control, of our etc. That it's evil for white people to complain about circumstances, trends that will cause them to be politically inert. Let her come on and explain that to the audience of WLNS 6. All right, enough of that. I've had enough of that scumbag. Enough. While these kind of things are happening, and exactly as I said, wasn't it? That it would end up being used to mean the multiracial West. Give me some more Clay Higgins. So, what are the most powerful media controllers like Zuck? What are they trying to do when it comes to the information of the murders, the white erasure, and the coming election? What are they up to right now? Well, they're up to hiding it from you. Zuck wants you distracted. Instagram threads to stop recommending political content. That's already been happening with me forever, right? I mean, YouTube, Instagram, we could just, and Twitter, we've proven it with tests. Twitter today, that's why I don't call it X. It's Twitter. They are not recommending. They are not showing. You do anything that indicates in your tweets to view me, to look at the work that we're doing, and Twitter de-emphasizes the tweet. You do the exact same tweet, you take those things out, and the tweet gets its normal play. So now, as we're entering, just like you remember when they were all crying at Google when Trump got elected? Look at this alien. Mark Zuckerberg's Instagram and Threads will no longer recommend political content on their social media platforms. How do we know that this isn't taking place everywhere else? It is taking place everywhere else. No, they're going to recommend to you. You go out there and you look at the channels. You will be that get the most views. You will be unbelievably disheartened. First of all, you would think that like every white person and every non-white person in America, or the world even, that they have no interest in white content creators whatsoever. When you see the sweeping throng of non-white content creators that have massive audiences, and it would be one thing if they were fabulous entertainers. They're not. Of course, not all of them. I'm referencing the ones that are not. And yet they still have colossal audiences. How does that happen? Because they're endlessly recommended. Endlessly. And when white people see it, of course, they feel white guilted. They're like, I'll follow, so I feel a little less white guilted. So they're going to be going even further. This is happening everywhere. Somehow this particular tidbit was outed to control the narrative, to control this anti-white narrative. Zuckerberg's latest move to control the national conversation will include attempting to quiet down the popular Breitbart News Instagram account, which, of course, this is Breitbart. They would complain about that. If you decide to follow accounts that post political content, we don't actually, this is, I think this is Zuckerberg talking. So how is he talking? He's like, if you decide to follow an account that's political, then okay. Like, what's he always looking for? Is he waiting for the dog catcher to finally come and snatch him? This alien anti-white SOB? That'd be like a good meme. Like the dog catcher with a big net. He's some kind of wild animal. He ain't human. He's some kind of wild animal. We got to snatch him up for the good of the county. We don't want to get between you and their pose, but we also don't want to proactively recommend political content from accounts you don't follow. Okay, so clearly they're going to get in between you and the content that might benefit you to know. Follow the rest of this year through to the election. Meta. So, all of the others are following suit. Absolutely despicable, but everything you need to know and expected from anti-whites. Now, what would a lot of white people say in response to this? Well, I think everybody should have free speech. No. Anti-whites get no speech. Nothing that is destructive to what we create and to ourselves gets free speech. And anyone that would continue to argue for the free speech of that which destroys us is too dumb to continue as a voting member of the population. Maybe too dumb to continue as a citizen in any of our countries. Because you can see what happened. You can see all these white people back in the universities and etc. that argued, well, we should allow them. Free speech is about speech you don't like, and you got to defend it. And by God, I'll defend it. And now, when the descendants of those people in those arguments, when they show up with those same conservative arguments, they get the life beat out of them. Losing and saying you did the right thing is not good enough, because white children are going to be absolutely targeted for being white, something they can never change, persecuted even worse than we've experienced, raped, mutilated, maimed, killed. And they're not going to look fondly upon your excuse that, well, we lost, but we were doing the right thing, by golly. I mean, Opie totally endorsed it. The children today, the children to come, of all races, but of course, in particular, the white race, since we're the target of anti-whiteism and everyone else suffers collaterally as a consequence of our victimization. They're looking for people like me and Clay. They don't want to hear we lost, but we did the right thing. We were ethical the whole time that we lost. They don't want that. They want to not be raped. They want to not be ritualistically tortured. They want to not be aliens in the land that our forefathers created, white people. They want to not be a hated minority. They don't care about how fair you were, about how ethical you thought you were. It was the application of the rule, even if it harms me. No free speech for anti-whites, period. In Clay's words, we'll capture them, we'll flip them, we'll chip them, and then we'll send them back. What do you all have to say? Make sure you tag me as No White Guilt. I'll be taking a look at the screens. We're going to start here with the one and only, and I almost did it again, Mark Dice, and his epic video that we will be celebrating him for in just a moment. We'll be getting to the Tucker and Putin interview, which is extremely interesting. And you're going to, we're not going to watch the whole thing, but there are a lot of lessons to learn there that people have missed. Let's see who is here. Hardcore is with us. Jay Bishop is with us. Mustache is here. Winged Productions is here. Hey, Baborian is here. Shamusky is here. Nat Quinn is here. Ivan is here. Archangel is in the house. Cool. Papa J Magic. Spartan is here. Real heroes, real champions changing the world. Great to see everybody. Jerome says, the Brave search engine failed to find the stream with the search YouTube No White Guilt. Really? How about that? But is that Yandex made it the first result? Well, we'll see how long, I guess, the Yandex, whatever it is. We'll see how long it continues to put yours truly at the top of that search. But isn't that something? So the Brave search engine. Anglo-Saxon is here. Hello to you. The great Franklin is in the house. Montana Kid. Rory is here. Great to see you. Lucky Alunda is here. Great to see you, brother. Janice is here. Cindy Ben is here. Kieran is here. Lavish is here. Hello to you all. Tell your friends we're here and that we're changing the world. We're the only people changing the world. RW is here. Just strolling through to see if anybody has Ulrak is with us to see if anybody is tagged and has a comment or a question, a consideration. Cassie is here. Reynold White Wolf is with us. White Advocate. Hello. Welcome to you all. White Advocate and all. Let everybody know we're here. We're changing the world. I mean, if anybody is actually watching sports ball today, just get into a warm bath with a razor blade. Give yourself a shave. A close shave. Yiz the Unifier is with us. Cool Papa J Magic says howdy. All right, so let me know if the sound is okay. Tag me on any of the different platforms. I'll see what you have to say.
He was just enjoying a Kansas City Chiefs game, dressed up as a chief with his face painted in the team colors, wearing a headdress that happened to belong to his grandfather because his grandfather is a member of one of the Native American tribes. And then
now that is, of course, an argument that doesn't mean anything for us. It's when people make arguments, they're telling you what they're telling you about themselves. There are a few things that they're telling you there. And when it comes to the great King Dice, I don't know if he actually thinks that matters. My assumption is no, he's too smart for that. But he knows that his audience is going to think that it matters. That it's really like, how can he be called racist when his grandfather is an Indian? Golly, can you just hear these people? My God. It's like you need one of those, like those soft rod things with the fist, and you kind of just can bop them on the head, I guess it is. Like, come on, dumb, you know, to the people who would make that kind of an argument. Like that doesn't work, Grandpa.
And Deadspin, the garbage supposed sports website, called him a racist and said that he was wearing blackface. Well, his family is doing the right thing, and they are now suing Deadspin for defamation. This is the same sports website where much of the staff and the editors came down with Trump derangement syndrome, and so the upper management sent a memo to them telling them to stick to sports because they're posting anti-Trump screeds that had absolutely nothing to do with sports. And so many of the staffers resigned.
So there are a lot of these lawsuits that are moving forward, and there will be rare victories, but it's not going to be the lawfare successes that the anti-whites have. And the reason why is because what are the things that make up the judges and the juries and these legal entities? Human beings. And what is the morality, the social morality that governs their interpretations, decisions, etc.? Application of law or inapplication of it. The anti-white, immoral, moral imperative. That's what has to change. So more power to the people who sue. I think maybe, especially in this little boy's case, since you have an entire sports franchise that are in support of him and his victimization, that he may well win, or in whatever that means. They get paid off, or it actually goes to trial.
And one of the senior editors defied.
But the purpose of me saying that is there is not going to be a reclamation of our destiny, the salvation of our countries by way of the legal system. That's just fact.
The directive and continued to complain about Donald Trump. And so thankfully, what a surprise, he was fired. And they're going to be begging this kid's family to settle this case as soon as possible for at least $1 million, hoping that it doesn't cost them 10 or 20 times that in damages, not to mention legal fees if this thing actually goes to court. And they've already apologized on the website, the original URL. They removed the kid's photo. They removed any reference to it. So they are scared. And this is what needs to happen, because the cultural climate in this country has gotten so toxic that not just twits on Twitter, we would expect to spew nonsense, feel comfortable accusing anyone and everyone, including kids, being racists, white supremacists, but also major media outlets and Democrat members of Congress as well. Apparently, these clowns didn't learn their lesson or get the message from the Nick Sandmann defamation case, which CNN settled likely for several $1 million, along with NBC News, the Washington Post, and others, because they knew that if that case went to trial, it could easily end up costing them tens of millions of dollars in damages. Also, in case you missed it, the family of a San Diego middle school kid is suing his school after they ridiculously accused him of wearing blackface to a high school football game because he was wearing war paint, and they suspended him. And this is what a small world it is. The kid's father, after this happened, emailed me because he's a regular viewer of this channel and asked me what I think he should do. And of course, I recommended that he sue them. You see, sometimes I engage in, well, I guess you would call it community service behind the scenes. And sometimes I'll talk to certain other content creators or members of Congress and kind of nudge them in the right direction, plant seeds, try to show them the light and guide them where they need a little bit of help. And it's long past due that white people start using the legal system to fight back against the systemic anti-whiteism that we've seen.
Yes, let's salute the great. We're going to be celebrating him some more. But in this video, anti-whiteism he uses, God love King Dice. I mean, seriously. Now, he hasn't been in the fight for white well-being in the white sympathetic sphere for as long as I have. So he has not witnessed all of these legal efforts that have come and gone with spectacular failures, and colossal wastes of money. It's one thing if an institution that has deep pockets defames you and you are a sympathetic character, and to then sue for defamation. That's one thing. You'll still lose often because of the courts, because of what I just said, what's actually motivating these people. The rules, I mean, get over this rules fetish that white people have. It's just so ridiculous. There's some things about white people. Thank God I don't suffer from some of these white people problems. And it's just like, but the rule book, Jason, the rule book. That's how they all sound to me too. When they don't sound like, wee, like pigs. Wee, just anti-whites and cucks out there. They all sound like the squealing of pigs to my ears, the braying of asses. But the rules. Now, beyond a case like that, where you have a sympathetic character and a entity with deep pockets, you have a chance there. Beyond that, there's virtually zero chance of success until we change the social morality of the West. 0% chance of success, almost zero. It's just, I've watched as over the years, literally millions of dollars have been wasted. And that millions have been like 90% of the money that could have gone to productive work in white sympathy, white positivity specifically. 90% have been consumed in these asinine ideas of, if you just look at all these different laws. But I sat through speeches at conferences with lawyers and legal aids going on and on and on, garrulous as is imaginable, verbose as the day is long, about all the case log and how there is this and there. Oh, you can't lose. There's 20 different ways we win, not zero ways we lose, and you lose.
Growing and growing over the last decade or so, that's boiled over in the last few years, the DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion, which of course is just a code word for anti-whiteism. Yeah. Like the manager at Starbucks who got fired for being white and then sued them and won over $25 million. Progressive Insurance is being sued by Stephen Miller's law firm because of their anti-whiteism, offering $25,000 grants to only Black-owned businesses. This is a growing trend, and it's only going to get bigger because...
Use anti-whiteism. Use it. My white brothers and sisters, get over the fear of identifying the victimization of our people. Get over it.
It's going to take years to dismantle the systemic anti-whiteism.
This whole communism, this whole Marxism is only used by so many white people because of how afraid they are of saying the truth. You don't got to be a white supremacist to acknowledge anti-whiteism. You just have to be sane and not a coward.
A gas and electric employee who was a Mexican, you may recall, who was fired for cracking his knuckles. Somebody took a photo of him when he was in an SDG&E truck outside of a Black Lives Matter march. Remember that story? And it looked like he was making the OK hand sign. So they fired him. He is suing billionaire Mark Cuban, the owner of the Dallas Mavericks and one of the...
So you get to see right there that the accusation, the charge, and victimization of white supremacy is what is applied to any pushback, any resistance to anti-whiteism. So it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that the little boy has a non-white grandfather. It doesn't matter that the guy in the truck was 100% non-white. If you are heretical to the current orthodoxy, which is anti-whiteism, you get called evil, and all of the names that anti-whites have determined are synonyms of evil.
Hosts of Shark Tank on CNBC may be sued very soon for admitting that he is well, violating discrimination laws just openly on Twitter. That's what I mean. The culture has gotten so toxic that these people are so delusional that they don't even actually think that they're doing anything wrong. After he was bragging on Twitter about violating the discrimination laws in order to create a diverse workforce, one of the commissioners at the
Of course, they're not doing anything wrong. This is what we have to, there's not a universal right and wrong. That's another thing that white people have to get over. Every group of people have their own, and ideologies have their own right and wrong. Every single one. And there's nothing immoral about that. That's a reality of human existence. How can I be this? Am I really this far ahead of the rest of the world, God? Is it really just, how far did you put me ahead of them? This is maddening. Split a river for me or something. Crack it wide open so the people will just listen. It's insane. There is moral and immoral for us in our well-being. Anti-whiteism is a phenomenon. It's an ideology. It is a cancer. It exists because white people have a weakness for it. And therefore, white people will engage in it. When there aren't any non-white people present, non-white people will show up. Some of the non-white people will engage in it as well. So, to the anti-white Mark Cuban, it is moral to discriminate against white males. It has been moral to discriminate against white males for generations. Why are you still trying to figure it out?
Employment Opportunity Commission replied to him, signaling that an investigation is underway.
Look at this. Is this something people are really playing?
Stephen Miller's America First Legal Foundation filed a complaint with the...
No wonder people are still trying to... That's what they're playing. They're like, with their little controllers. Understand.
Equal Employment Opportunity Commission against Macy's for their systemic anti-whiteism. And to pour salt in the wound, they did it.
Systemic anti-whiteism. Boom. Cannons should go off when this man speaks.
I think the day before or 2 days before the famous Macy's Thanksgiving Day parade. They also filed a complaint against IBM after James O'Keefe obtained that internal communication showing...
Oh my God, that's right, from Krishna. Do not tell me what to do. I can do the best Krishna, IBM president. We will discriminate against white men.
Openly admitting that they are a systemically anti-white and anti-male company.
So we take underrepresented and gender. You got to move both forward by a percentage.
That leads
to a plus on your bonus. By
plus
the way, if you
on the bonus.
Lose, you lose part of your bonus. I'm not trying to finesse this. So for black, we should try to get towards 13-point-something%. On Hispanics, you got to get into the mid-teens. But let me say it, Asians in the US are not an underrepresented minority in a tech company.
And corporate America is now running scared, as the Los Angeles Times notes.
Got to get rid of the white people, but you can't replace what he's saying there. You can't replace them with more Asian and non-white people. You've got to replace them with others because we got a lot of Asian non-white people.
Trump advisor Stephen Miller is making corporate America rethink.
We like Stephen Miller. Promethean Kitchen is with us. He said Putin actually called the CIA a serious organization, while at the same time making fun of Tucker for not being serious. Yeah, I mean, he did. It's a serious adversary, and he clearly outlines in the interview that that's who Russia and the world, that's who they're really dealing with, is the CIA. Samuski says, tonight I'm watching No White Guilt, and I'm loving every minute of it. Good to be with you all. Well, we love having you here, brother. Great to see you. Spud is with us as well. Hello, hello. I thought I saw a comment. Is it gone? Let's keep this rolling.
Think diversity hiring. course, diversity is code word for anti-white, making them rethink their anti-whiteism. This from ABC
Love
News,
it.
how corporate America is slashing DEI workers amid backlash to diversity programs. DEI officers say they've faced cuts in the years since George Floyd. Oh. And the article goes on to say that, of course, it was sparked by George Floyd and the Black Lives Matter insurrection of 2020. This from Forbes magazine, why business leaders are pulling the plug on DEI. Well, I'll tell you why, because they're all afraid of getting sued. And people are very upset at Stephen Miller for being the...
No, I disagree with that. The DEI departments and et cetera, DIE, diversity, inclusion, equity, anti-whiteism, die to white people. Many of these departments are being cut back because of their cost and the economy. So they don't create money for the companies in which they are nested. They are merely a drain from the companies.
The tip of the spear in leading this really fight against anti-whiteism. This from the Daily Beast.
God, I love him. Big salutes. My God. Mark Tice. Rory, you wrote something. I can't find it now on the screen. You'll have to tag me and write it again. It said something about Mar-Lago, I thought, but it's gone. RW is here. Hello.
East, the online waste of cyberspace. Stephen Miller's right-wing lawsuit machine must be stopped. No, we're just getting started, and Stephen Miller has a message for anybody who has been affected by this or may be affected by it in the future.
If you or a loved one were denied a job, raise, promotion, or professional opportunity as a result of diversity quotas, equity mandates, affirmative action, or other racial preferences, we want to hear from you. Please call us at 1-877-AFL-5454 or go to aflegal.org/hotline. As a nonprofit, all services provided by America First Legal's attorneys are free to our clients.
Love it.
You hear that, guys? It's not even going to cost you any money because the America First Legal Foundation takes the cases on contingency basis, which means that they...
Both of the guys on the screen are awesome. We need more of them. We need them having millions and millions of followers. That's what we need. I mean, Dice already has, but we need even more millions. Let's get some more millions to these people. All right. We have come to the time that we are going to take a look at Tucker and Putin, and you'll get some actual valuable insight on this interview, which you haven't had yet. You have not had yet. It's a reality. I'm sorry you can't find better out there. I understand. Obviously, there's going to be one poppy taller than the others. Don't chop it down. That's just the way nature works, my friends. That's the way nature works. Jay Bishop says, Rory tagged you again. Okay, thank you. Also saying that the founding fathers had conducted the revolution with no white guilt. You know they did. You know they did. Let's see. Nationless Nationalist is with us. Maverick is here. Hello, hello. The great ForNull, who will be swashing through a little bit later in our gathering today, is with us. And he's got a new piece. We'll play some of that. It's just totally kick-ass. Rory says his daughter has just been employed to organize a very expensive party at Mar-a-Lago in Florida. She's very likely to meet Donald Trump. Any questions you would like her to ask him? Yeah, can no white guilt come? I mean, seriously, it's going to take for a great many people, since we did not glean the numbers from the explicit white sympathetic sphere that we needed to create numerical curiosity, numerical allegiance. And by that, I mean that implicit white sympathetics look in and see, whoa, there are so many thousands of people watching this guy live. There are so many thousands of people watching in replay. It must be good. This is how the majority of folks think. It must be worth it. It must be valuable. And when they dip their toe in and they hear my message, our message of white positivity, which brings everybody of every background into the fold to destroy anti-whiteism, which is not a behavior of white supremacy, but sane white people and non-white people who stand shoulder to shoulder with us to put down that which is obviously destroying the West. It is obvious. They would hear that and they would be comfortable with that. And they would come. And then that would create more audience, and they would come, and that would create more audience. But what ended up happening? One of these rare instances when Jason was wrong. That is, that I thought there were far more people in service to white well-being that were revolutionary, that were sincere, that really wanted to end our victimization. The reality was that there were fewer that really wanted those things. The rest just wanted to be given a crutch. The rest just were looking for an excuse to be a loser. And so we were separated from those people. Now we're at the point where Jason needs to be among somebody of power so that the population, this will be in lieu of the numbers, will say, huh, that's interesting. Let me check that out. So there isn't like a single question that your lovely daughter could ask that would be any more powerful than me being there and being able to talk with him and being photographed with him. Because as you can see in the implicit white sympathetic sphere, all you have to be is a girl or a feminine guy or a guy who's attracted to other guys, and the entirety of the big con, alternative big con, moves conservatism, moves to interview and put these people out there, their faces out there again and again and again. I mean, Tucker did it. He continues to do it. He continue to king make everybody else that can't actually effectuate any sort of resistance, any sort of program to recapture our destiny. Just another girl or another effeminate guy that can give an opinion that's conservative. That's it. That ain't going to go anywhere. Been this way for generations. Done with it. And you're going to hear it coming out of Tucker in just a moment. So, yeah, reach out. Let me know if the answer is yes. And I will attend and we'll change the world. So the point of talking about the dilettantes and et cetera is that they're not going to pick a man of the West especially a man of the West that isn't a grunt bullet catcher from the military and can't think for himself, who has a Germanic face and light features. They're just not interested. They don't want to hear what genuine leaders of the white race have to say. They're like, did you catch bullets in the military? Okay, you're dumb. You've had a lot of head trauma. Okay, come on in and we'll give you a little platform. That'll be the only white males that got no legs after the war. We'll let you come in. Only heterosexual white males that they'll allow it, unless they're totally effeminate. So in lieu of the big audience, that's what we need.
Interview with the president of Russia, Vladimir Putin, shot February 6, 2024 at about 7 p.m. in the building behind us, which is, of course, the Kremlin. The interview, as you will see if you watch it, is primarily about the war in progress, the war in Ukraine, how it started, what's happening, and most pressingly, how it might end. One note before you watch. At the beginning of the interview, we asked the most obvious question, which is, why did you do this? Did you feel a threat, an imminent physical threat? And that's your justification. And the answer we got shocked us. Putin went on for a very long time, probably half an hour, about the history of Russia going back to the 8th century. And honestly, we thought this was a filibustering technique and found it annoying and interrupted him several times. And he responded he was annoyed by the interruption. But we concluded in the end, for what it's worth, that it was not a filibustering technique. There was no time limit on the interview. We ended it after more than 2 hours.
Putin ended it. Putin said at the end, shall we end it here? And actually, Tucker tried to end it after he wanted the finale of, he clearly wanted the finale of the interview to be his question about this, Evan Gershkovich, this reporter from, the Wall Street Journal, maybe, been held in prison over there in Russia for obtaining classified information. So in Russia, when you obtain classified information that you don't have authority to hold, that is, and you're a foreigner, that's considered espionage. I'm inclined to think that in the US, that would be considered espionage as well. If a Russian reporter was in the US and obtained classified information, secret information of whatever level, I'm inclined to think that the United States would arrest the journalist, and then hold them until they could get a swap. So it was a really discordant part of the interview where Tucker transitioned to this Evan Gershkovich. And I think maybe we'll hear it again. I could be wrong, but I think I heard Tucker refer to him like as a young man or something like this. He's in his 30s. And Tucker was his typical, bubbly self. I like a lot about Tucker, and there is a lot that I don't like as well. Putin and Tucker together, I was extremely underwhelmed. I have reevaluated my conclusion about Putin's intelligence. He's not as bright as I thought he was. And Tucker also struck me as callow in his ability to interview, which is, I'm sure, vastly superior to mine. And maybe it was the circumstance being with Putin. But there were a couple of points, and we'll get started. We're definitely not going to be suffering through Putin giving this, you call it a history, not even like high school or a junior high school history lesson about, really starting with Catherine the Great in the 1700s and how she acquired much of Ukraine, and therefore, this is Russia's Catherine the Great. And then therefore, Ukraine belongs to Russia. And then moving forward through, it was bizarre. I don't think people are speculating. People are just so dumb. They're just so dumb and wrong. But there are a couple of thoughts that struck me. And make sure you tag me. I'll take a look at what y'all are saying if you tag. And I want to get your thoughts on it. But this or whatever else. But, and thank you all for being here. Inquisitor, is that what it is? Hello and welcome to you. There were a couple things that struck me. Number one, to continue where I was headed there, I thought this was the worst job Tucker has ever done. He was in interviewing. He was puerile, and he went into a conversation with a powerful person on the other side of the world with a different culture, still what I would call Western, but different enough that Tucker's mannerisms and sort of jokey nature were not going to be received in the light that he was giving them. I mean, even here in the United States, you can have these little colloquialisms, local colloquialisms that just don't fly elsewhere in the country. So you're certainly not going to be able to take a mentality and a jokey nature and say, like when Tucker says, obviously this guy's not a spy. for us in the States, maybe Canada, maybe the UK, or whatever, we're going to receive that as a comment that is not an insult on our determination that he is a spy. It's like one of these phatic phrases that doesn't mean denotatively what it appears to be, but connotatively means that I really think that this is not as serious as it is, rather than you're getting it wrong. He actually says that to, and Putin takes it as an insult. So, I mean, how did Tucker not even realize that you couldn't do that? I don't know. Maybe he does realize it and he just blew it. Maybe they kept him up for days. Maybe he was not eating well over there. I don't know. Maybe there was some like 10 of a Russian woman standing off camera in Tucker's vision with legs from here to heaven. And Tucker's like, oh my God, and he can't think anymore. The blood's drained from his skull. Well, I don't know how much he would actually need to drain, but you know what I mean. So a piss poor job of an interview, really underwhelming. And part of the issue, I think, with the interview as a whole is that I think everybody was expecting much more. I know all the conspiracy theorists were like, he's going to ask him about bioweapons labs and we'll finally get the truth on all these hundreds of bioweapons labs and alien spacecraft and all this other kind of shit. But the thinking and mature population were interested in quite a few other things. We wanted a mature discussion. We really wanted to know what was motivating Putin, what his thinking was. Now, it wasn't all Tucker's fault because Putin was kind of an ass. And it was extremely irritating how he deflected. It was irritating in the way that a American or Canadian or UK politician, different in the way that they deflect and don't answer. But nonetheless, it was a bulwark. It was a stone wall when he would say, I'm not telling you anymore. Whereas like an American politician would, instead of saying, well, I'm not going to tell you another thing, he or she would just start off on other subjects and then move away from the lectern. So Putin made the case that I think was very clear to thinking people that NATO's encroachment, and that is the anti-white oligarchs in America and their vassal anti-white oligarchs in Europe, have been moving eastward ever since the Soviet Union collapsed. And Russia, and the leaders of this state, are charged with the safety, the well-being, the future, the sovereignty of the Russian state. So it's clear that it is not in their interest to have the anti-white oligarchs in the US and their vassals in Europe encroaching on the Russian state. Especially when, as far as the Russians are concerned, and again, I think many thinking people, that when, 2014, the president of Ukraine decided to side with and befriend more and get help from Russia, then all of a sudden there's the CIA-launched coup. Maybe the CIA, I mean, this is what, of course, CNN will tell you the truth, but this is what Putin is saying. And after that, the government in Ukraine was suddenly in the hands of a puppet, if you will, and doing everything that the anti-white oligarchs in the US and their vassals in Europe wanted them to do. And Putin said that meant that bases were going up, weapons systems were going up closer and closer to the border with Russia. Obviously, Russia was going to have to respond. I don't like either side, by the way. Both sides are anti-white, as all hell. Putin has been in power since way back and hasn't said a thing about the anti-whiteism. Now, you also had the conversation about, and we'll get into actually hearing it just to share a couple of the thoughts, this really ham-fisted effort by Putin and the Russian government to say that what they're doing is the denazification of Ukraine. And what I loved about this interview was that, for me, it confirmed what I said years ago when Russia stepped up the conflict in Ukraine. I said on PWR and on my own streams that Russia was making this moral appeal to their population to motivate them to war, because a pragmatic appeal about the United States and its vassals moving closer, them being the superpower of the world and Russia being relatively weak comparatively, this pragmatic argument of we still have to push them back, and we can push them back, and this is geopolitics, which you don't understand, general population. We can push them back. We can position ourselves, and we're going to do this in the only way it can be done is through some military conflict, which I know is scary, which I know there is the threat of brinkmanship and could lead to conflict, a more direct conflict with the militaries of these countries, which would mean the obliteration of Russia. I know you're afraid of that, but we have to do it. That pragmatic argument is not going to work on a population. It will for some. So instead, they use this ham-fisted, remember your great-grandfathers, your grandfathers? They fought the Nazis. They died. They were wounded. They were maimed fighting the Nazis. And this Ukraine here has this Nazi government, and it's making a comeback. And the anti-white oligarchs in America, of course, that's what we call them, not what he calls them, they're financing it. And so this is the same crusade as your fathers, grandfathers, and great-grandfathers fought. And we have to fight it still, or we disgrace their name. That's what I said. The moment I found out, I computed it like this, and it took 2 years later, almost 2 years to the day, for Putin to reveal that I was 100% right. You can see when he makes the case how right Jason was back then. Everybody else saying something different, depending on their particular proclivity. I, knowing how to read the world with the lens of Go Free, understanding the human animal, immediately knew what he was doing. There was something also very interesting about that, which is he made very clear to Tucker, no government on planet Earth is going to allow a Nazi movement. So, who else out there wants to continue to LARP as either explicitly or implicitly as a Nazi? No government on planet Earth is going to allow this, Putin says. No government. I mean, you got to be a real special TARDIS. You got to be a real special TARDIS.
Instead, what you're about to see seemed to us sincere, whether you agree with it or not. Vladimir Putin believes that Russia has a historic claim to parts of Western Ukraine. So our opinion would be to view it in that light as a sincere expression of what he thinks. And with that, here it is. Mr. President, thank you. On February 22nd, 2022, you addressed your country in a nationwide address when the conflict in Ukraine started. And you said that you were acting because you had come to the conclusion that the United States, through NATO, might initiate a, quote, surprise attack on our country. And to American ears, that sounds paranoid. Tell us why you believe the United States might strike Russia out of the blue. How did you?
Okay, so this is, and we're also watching body language too. We can tell that Tucker, in his body language, is like, he's kind of a boy. I mean, he's obviously a man, but he's got kind of that boyish nature and energy. So that's very different from the man you see on your right, Putin, which you can tell that this guy has killed people. You can tell that this guy is, with his speech, with his posture, with etc., has immense power, that he is actually wielding immense power. He's not just coming out there to talk to you. We do have a question, Promethean Kitchen asking, why do you think so many people in the white sympathetic sphere really like Putin or Tucker? The reason why is because they're powerless, not Putin and Tucker. The people in the sphere, both implicit and explicit white sympathetic sphere, are powerless. They have tools that only lose. And so when you're powerless and you have nothing that works and you refuse to go free, the only thing that works, and it does spectacularly, you look for your guy. You look for somebody out there that can do it for you while you all sit around and complain and moan and bitch about it and groan about it. You look for your guy. And you'll see, I've seen 1,000 he's our guys over the years, going all the way back before the internet was robust enough and they were mailing the newspapers. The articles would say, he's really our guy. And there were big explorations of this politician or that politician in America or abroad. And this is why at this point in his life, he went to this place. He said this thing. I mean, all the way. And the evidence was so pathetic. Like the explicit white sympathetic sphere for decade after decade believed that Arnold Schwarzenegger was this hardcore neo-Nazi. They seriously believed that. I had absolute abject dickless imbeciles, Nazi LARPers, tell me how wrong I was because Schwarzenegger was going to step forward and he was going to, and I said, and do what? He can lift a bunch of weight, but that's about it. He gets into politics. He's anti-white. But they were certain of it. And where did the evidence come from that they were certain of it? Well, there were a bunch of ridiculous claims that he's our guy and he's going to step forward and save us all. So it's powerless, weak, apathetic, and also cowardly people. People who don't want to do anything. They find our guy. So that's where it comes from. When somebody has an our guy moment, then you know they are admitting to you, I don't want to do anything substantive. I just want to bitch and mope and complain about this.
Conclude that.
It's not that America, the United States, was going to launch a surprise strike on Russia. I didn't say that. Are we having a talk?
Okay, so you see, right there at the beginning, I had a pause, but then I pressed play. When Tucker asked this, and what did he say? They see it as, many Americans would see it as paranoid, or what was it? Putin got this little smile because of this belief, this accusation that Russia was concerned about a surprise attack, which, how dare you claim that a surprise attack could be inflicted on us? So do you see like this misstep right at the beginning by Tucker? Obviously, Putin is going to take that as an insult, and he did, and he insults Tucker right back.
Show or a serious conversation.
I mean,
that United States was going
out of the blue. How did you conclude that? The United States might strike Russia. Buccaneers, that sounds paranoid. Tell us why you believe the United States might strike Russia out of the blue. How did you
look? So do you see the smile right there? The Tucker's is being translated, so it's a little behind. He just heard this, the paranoid.
Did you conclude that?
It's not that America, the United States, was going to launch a surprise strike on Russia. I didn't say that. Are we having a talk show or a serious conversation?
Are we having a talk show or a serious conversation? So he immediately pushed back. That was right at the beginning, an insult by Tucker. And I don't know, Tucker could not have intended that, to insult this guy right at the beginning of the interview. So it was just an obvious misstep. Tucker can make errors too.
Here's the quote.
So then he laughs at him. How inappropriate then. Are we having a talk show or serious conversation? Tucker should have apologized and say that he meant something other than the insult.
Thank you. It's a formidable series.
Because your basic education is in history, as far as I understand.
Yes.
So if you don't mind, I will take only 30 seconds or 1 minute to give you a short reference to history for giving you a little historical background.
Please.
Okay, so this is where he goes for 40 minutes. We're not going to listen to that. People are saying, and I believe they're totally wrong, they're misleading you, that this was some sort of power move that Putin had planned to do, to even say, I'm going to take 30 seconds to a minute and then talk for 40 minutes. No, this is just Putin doing who he is. How many times have you come across, he's not a demon or an angel. How many times have you come across a person that decided they were going to elaborate on something, and then they go on and on and on with arguments? And if you're intelligent enough, you can see this. If you're not intelligent enough, you can't understand. He is not talking to Tucker at that moment. He is talking to all of his adversaries of various powers, all of his naysayers of various powers inside of Russia and outside of Russia. He is making his arguments back against them. This is obviously not some sort of power tactic to dominate the conversation. He, as a normal human being, lit into, and his memory ticked from one argument to the next. You even see as he goes through this, he doesn't go through chronologically. He makes these, he goes through a bit from the beginning and then jumps over here and then goes back, reels it back in a little bit more, jumps over there, reels back. Those like moments, especially when he feels like he has to divert to say this or that, is a clear indication that his memory is working through a series of ideas that he has had to make in recent argument against competitive arguments against him and what he's doing. And those arguments coming from people that matter, people that either because they have the power themselves, or because in an aggregate, they are maybe like the mouthpiece of it, inside and outside of Russia. So bottom line to the 40 minutes is that I think it's Catherine the Great of Russia essentially came into power over Ukraine, this area called Ukraine now, and therefore this is Russia. But there are other points along the way where he says, look at the decisions that Ukraine made to be a part of Mother Russia. So let's go ahead and it's really tedious.
Why the hostility? Why did the end of the Cold War not fix the relationship? What motivates this from your point of view?
You said I was bitter about the answer. No, it's not bitterness.
Oh, that was another insult. I mean, Tucker blew it. What in the world? All right. Let me see if I can fix this. What was it, 32? Geez, oddly enough, it's like not playing that part. What is up? Tucker just deciding to insult. So he brings up, I wanted to say earlier, he brings up this reporter, and he wanted that to be the end of the interview. He says, Mr. President, thank you. I hope you'll let him go. So the big question is why? What is the issue with this Gershkovich? Was it just a self-interest by Putin to say that, to push back against those that say he's some sort of mouthpiece for Putin, or he's allowing Putin to have a mouthpiece or a lectern for the American population? Because why? I'm Tucker. I went over there and I argued for the release of a fellow journalist. Or is Gershkovich of greater value? Is there more money behind this guy? Does he know? I mean, what's the reason for arguing to release this guy? It's probably the more, pedestrian, that Tucker wanted an excuse, a pushback against the claims that he's a mouthpiece, or being a mouthpiece, or allowing a lectern for Putin by saying that he's advocating for this fellow journalist. And he said to the face of the most powerful man in Russia that Gershkovich is obviously not a CIA agent. And so have you done that? It seems to me it's a self-interested thing in that vein. So let me see if we can get this back up. And running. Looks like it's going to work now. Maybe it was the speed I had it going that.
But in the evening, when we met for dinner, he said, I've talked to my team. No, it's not possible now.
Okay, this is something that he goes through. He's talking, right at that point, he was talking about how he had met with Bill Clinton and asked if Russia could be allowed into NATO. And Clinton told him, yeah, maybe so. Let me go talk to my team. And then Clinton comes back and says, nope, you're not allowed. What Putin was doing, he does this several times to demonstrate that American presidents are subject to the, probably what he would say, to fill in that blank, if he would, like if you had to beat it out of him, he would say CIA. But otherwise, folks behind the president. So the president's really not making any decisions, is what Putin is saying effectively by telling these stories where president said this, but then they get the word from their team, no. And then talking about how the CIA carries out operations against Russia, the south of Russia, against Russia's allies or friends or assets. Of course, CIA involvement in Ukraine. So this is what he's talking about. Now, does that mean that the CIA is actually the end all be all? They're behind they're the swamp. No. What it says to me is far more likely is that Putin, being a former KGB agent, has a way to see the world. And that world that he grew up in was KGB versus CIA. And so that's how he interprets the world.
Now, you can ask him. I think he will watch our interview. He'll confirm it. I wouldn't have said anything like that if it hadn't happened. Okay.
Were you
It's
sincere?
impossible now.
Would you have joined NATO?
Look, I asked the question, is it possible or not? And the answer I got was no. If I was insincere in my desire to find out what the leadership position was.
So this was another insult by Tucker to say, were you being honest when you asked? Obviously, this is not, and this is another thing, is Tucker's approach to this conversation as though he's talking to yet another dilettante, interviewing yet another dilettante, king-making, average person, and the individual, what they can do, how they think, and interpret. Putin is representing the totality of a state. So, like later on, Tucker will say, why didn't you just pick the phone up and call Biden and say, let's put an end to this? That's not how this works. That's how you could say to like the dilettante, hey, if your neighbor was being a wokey and they were being mean, why didn't you just say, hey, why don't we just be friends instead? I mean, was Tucker not able to perceive how there were these absolutely two different stratospheric social realities, and he was way out of his water by interpreting the statecraft by way of the average individual's asscraft? I mean, like, what the hell? So he said, would you be honest? Would you really have joined NATO? I mean, he asked. You have to interpret that it was an honest act. Those are two different things. Asking if you'd be allowed into NATO and then actively going over like, okay, we would be considered for NATO. Okay, now I'm going to go back to my country and talk about whether or not that would be a good move for us. How are all the ways that could go wrong for us?
If he had said yes, would you have joined NATO?
If he had said yes, the process of rapprochement would have commenced, and eventually it might have happened if we had seen some sincere wish.
So rapprochement, coming together, just if you don't know that word,
on the other side of our partners. But it didn't happen. Well, no means no. Okay, fine.
Why do you think that is? Just to get to motive. I know you're clearly bitter about it.
Right there, that statement. You're clearly bitter about it. And Putin is clearly insulted. That's where we left off.
I understand. But why do you think the West rebuffed you then? Why the hostility? Why did the end of the Cold War not fix the relationship? What motivates this from your point of view?
You said I was bitter about the answer. No, it's not bitterness. It's just a statement of fact. We're not bride and groom, bitterness, resentment. It's not about those kind of matters in such circumstances.
Would you not feel like if you had asked something so dumb, said something so dumb to this guy, like he's not like your golf buddy, or he's going to come over and watch the stupid sports ball with you. This is the leader of Russia, and he has to say to you, we're not bride and groom. Something so elementary. That's how dumb you are. Unbelievable. What a dumb thing to say.
We just realized we weren't welcome there. That's all. Okay, fine. But let's build.
I did not. Yeah, Jason says very unprofessional. Big time unprofessional. Dennis is here. He says that was dumb. Leela says, oops. Yeah, exactly. Virgil, do you think that Putin may dumb down what he's saying for a Western audience or in general so he can make sense to the most amount of people? If he had dumbed it down, I would have been able to detect it. Think of when an adult speaks to a child. That's how an intelligent person talks to midwittery. When they know no one else and they care that they have to communicate with midwits. So he doesn't do that here. He stonewalls as a diversion tactic rather than changing the subject. So ultimately the same thing, but and annoying ultimately the same way, but different than we're used to in most of our countries. Rise is here. Hello and welcome. Jules C. And could he have gone, could he have become, I don't think he could have gone much more detailed than he did in his explanation of the historical events beginning in the late 1700s and then drawing that narrative arc up to the present. I think for himself, as well as the general population, there is a not simplistic, but certainly not complete reading of history. It's like the high points. Now, when it comes to the reading of history, I'm not for an overly complex reading. You should take, because it's always an interpretation of what happened. Nobody knows for sure. So take from history what empowers you in the present and moving forward. If you don't, you're a fool. Not you personally, I just mean general.
Build relations in another manner. Let's look for common ground elsewhere. Why we receive such a negative response, you should ask your leaders. I can only guess why. Too big a country with its own opinion and so on. And the United States, I've seen how issues are being resolved in NATO. I will give you another example now concerning.
He does this numerous times. I won't tell you what your leaders said. You can go ask your leaders. That's one of the stonewalling tactics.
In Ukraine. The U.S. leadership exerts pressure. And
that's exactly what we wanted to know. Like, what are these conversations? Our leaders won't tell us. So tell us.
All NATO members obediently vote, even if they do not like something. Now, I'll tell you what happened in this regard with Ukraine in 2008, although it's being discussed. I'm not going to open a secret to you, say anything new. Nevertheless, after that, we tried to build relations in different ways. For example, the events in the Middle East, in Iraq. We were building relations with the United States in a very soft, prudent, cautious manner. I repeatedly raised the issue that the United States should not support separatism or terrorism in the North Caucasus. But they continue to do it anyway. And political support, information support, financial support, even military support came from the United States and its satellites for terrorist groups in the Caucasus. I once raised this issue with my colleague, also the President of the United States. He says, "It's impossible. Do you have proof?" I said, "Yes." I was prepared for this conversation, and I gave him that proof. He looked at it, and you know what he said? "I apologize, but that's what happened." I'll quote. He says, "Well, I'm gonna kick their ass." We waited and waited for some response. There was no reply. I said...
So he goes, again, this is the going back to the people we talk to, etc., are not the ones who are in charge. They go back, these politicians, they go back, especially the presidents, they go back and they say they're going to beat somebody's ass or whatever. And then they come back and they're like, "Oh, sorry, it's going to be that way." So he's driving home the point repeatedly for those who are able to see that the people that he has to talk with in America are not the ones that he can make a deal with. He's essentially saying, I can't do anything with your leaders because your leaders are not making the final decision. The people you look at as your leaders are not making the final decision. And again, because his vision is conflict between KGB and CIA, he views the world as the CIA then being the adversary.
To the FSB director, write to the CIA, what is the result of the conversation with President? He wrote once, twice, and then we got a reply. We have the answer in the archive. The CIA replied, "We have been working with the opposition in Russia. We believe that this is the right thing to do, and we will keep on doing it." Just ridiculous. Well, okay. We realized that it was out of the question.
Forces in opposition to you. You're saying the CIA is trying to overthrow your government.
Of course, they meant in that particular case the separatists, the terrorists who fought with us in the Caucasus. That's who they called the opposition. This is the second point. The third moment is a very important one. Is the moment when the U.S. missile defense system was created. The beginning. We persuaded for a long time not to do it in the United States.
And so this is a fascinating part where Putin is claiming that they offered to the United States that the U.S. and Russia work together on a missile defense system to keep the peace. Because naturally, in game theory, if the United States produced a missile defense system by itself and held that technology, then that would force Russia to have to produce missiles that could get around it. Because this is the real world. There is no stagnant. So anybody who would say, like, America is so wrong and the European vassal countries of the American anti-white oligarchs are so wrong because they're pushing. No, that's just what will happen. That's gravity. There is no stagnant. That's not the way it works. So you just have to accept that we're dealing with the human animal. And the only way you'll get a different outcome is if you have a different species. This is the way it is. So each side in the real world, the jungle, not in these nursery rooms that we've made for ourselves in the West, but in the jungle, are always seeking to outmaneuver each other for, if for no other reason, I mean, the main reason is their well-being, the continuation of that state, etc. It never ends. Now, there are ways to go about it in a more peaceable way. Something maybe like this. Now, was this something that Russia literally actually wanted to do? Probably, and probably because in this case, the United States was ahead of Russia in developing a missile defense system. And so, naturally, I would predict that if Russia were ahead in that process, they would be making no such offer. Because that is the world. That is the human animal.
Moreover, Otter was invited by Bush Jr.'s father, Bush Sr., to visit his place on the ocean. I had a very serious conversation with President Bush and his team. I proposed that the United States,
look at this guy, he's been around forever,
Russia, and Europe jointly create a missile defense system that we believe, if created unilaterally, threatens our security, despite the fact that the United States officially said that it was being created against missile threats from Iran. That was the justification for the deployment of the missile defense system. I suggested working together, Russia, the United States, and Europe. They said it was very interesting. They asked me, "Are you serious?" I said, "Absolutely."
Let me ask, what year was this?
I don't remember. It is easy to find out on the internet. When I was in the
why would that even matter? What year? The facts are what are important. What was happening? What were the conversations? How do you not go into this? Again, I like Tucker, but how do you not go into this understanding where Putin is going to be coming from? What, and therefore, what kind of questions can you pursue and answers can you actually get that will be meaningful for you and your audience?
USA at the invitation of Bush Sr. It is even easier to learn from someone I'm going to tell you about. I was told it was very interesting. I said, just imagine if we could tackle such a global strategic security challenge together. The world will change. We'll probably have disputes, probably economic and even political ones, but we could drastically change the situation in the world. He says yes, and asks, "Are you serious?" I said, "Of course. We need to think about it," I'm told. I said, "Go ahead, please." Then Secretary of Defense Gates, former director of CIA and Secretary of State.
You see? I totally hit this one out of the park.
Rice came in here, in this cabinet, right here at this table. They sat on this table. Me, the foreign minister, the Russian defense minister on that side. They said to me, "Yes, we have thought about it. We agree." I said, "Thank God, great, but with some exceptions."
So twice you've described U.S. presidents making decisions and then being undercut by their agency heads. So it sounds like you're describing a system that's not run.
Promethean Kitchen. Personally, I think this was the worst Tucker Carlson has ever been and asked the dumbest questions. I'm sure you could come up with far better questions for Putin than he did. Well, certainly Monday morning quarterbacking, but I think even going in ahead of Tucker here, I would have taken what I was just articulating into consideration. Where is Putin coming from? What does he need to conceal? What potentially can he reveal that I and my audience would like to know? And if he refused to answer those questions, then I would just, okay, what are you going to do? There's no use in insulting him. You just look like an ass.
By the people who were elected, in your telling.
That's right. That's right. In the end, they just told us to get lost. I'm not going to tell you the details because I think it's incorrect. After all, it was confidential conversation. But our proposal was declined. That's a fact. It was right then when I said, "Look, but then we will be forced to take countermeasures."
So understand then that all of that information is to communicate the crux of a message. And that message we articulated to the American people because it was going through Tucker. He's not going to talk to these other agencies. By the way, there was one magnificent moment for Tucker, and he laughed, Putin laughed. I was impressed with Tucker. Tucker asked, who blew up Nord Stream 1? And Putin calmly said, you did. And then Tucker laughed and said he was busy that day. And I thought that was brilliant. That was his highlight. That was a glorious moment for Tucker in the interview. That was, for me, that was the only good part. Well, that was the best part for Tucker.
We will create such strike systems that will certainly overcome missile defense systems. The answer was, we are not doing this against you, and you do what you want, assuming that it is not against us, not against the United States. I said, okay, very well. That's the way it went. And we created hypersonic systems with intercontinental range, and we continue to develop them. We are now ahead of everyone, the United States and the other countries, in terms of the development.
Virgil is saying maybe he plays Putin on the perceived dominant narrative, which would be the anti-white narrative, that everyone, well, I guess in the relative to vis-a-vis Russia versus the West. He wouldn't reveal any extra information that isn't already commonly held by the masses. His intent, and you can clearly see, is smartly aimed at the American population that is going to watch this interview. It's going to be tons, he knew. And what thing can he give them to take away from this? And that is that their leaders that they vote for are not in charge. There are others behind the scenes, people you don't know, that are making these decisions. So, at the same time, this decision to communicate that message to the American population simultaneously works for his own population. Being that here he is, he's talking with his American journalists, he's laying out the facts that he has no one he can talk to make peace. He's doing all he can as the leader of Russia to secure their well-being, to secure the survival of the state, to secure the safety of the citizens. But everybody he talks to doesn't have the power to make a decision to work with Russia, to end the bloodshed in Ukraine, etc. So this message that he keeps coming back to works for both populations, if that makes sense. He's obviously, yes, you're right. He's not going to say things that are not understood by the populations that are going to consume the information. Everything he's saying, make no mistake, is for the consumption of the Russian population, first and foremost. That's the biggest consideration. The secondary consideration is for the American population, because he wants to cast that doubt as best he can. That's why he stays focused on that. That's why he keeps revisiting it. Now, this probably is not just a consideration of some colloquium where they sat around and decided, okay, well, you're going to be pedagogic with Tucker and you're going to take him through like a child and you're going to stick to these couple of points. It may well be that in meetings with their intelligentsia and the government there, they said this is a smart way to go. But the primary thrust of it is going to just be the conversations that Putin has that are the basis of his understanding of the world. That's going to be the primary thrust of it. We're human beings. People think that it's, especially when it comes to leaders, that they don't, that they're somehow fundamentally different. They're fundamentally identical. And Putin, I've concluded, is now, I didn't know before, he had made some decisions that I thought were very high intellect. But of course, those decisions could have been informed by others. It could have been a consequence of a number of people involved, and I'm sure it was. This conversation has revealed to me that he is maybe slightly above average IQ, but only slightly. Having said that, he has deep wisdom and cunning from probably from his service, KGB, and dealing with the United States. You don't survive in those environments by not being a cunning individual. So his intelligence is more of a sagacity than it is a high IQ.
Of hypersonic strike systems, and we are improving them every day. But it wasn't us. We proposed to go the other way, and we were pushed back. Now, about NATO's expansion to the east. Well, we were promised no NATO to the east, not an inch to the east, as we were told. And then what? They said, well, it's not enshrined on paper, so we'll expand. So there were 5 waves of expansion, the Baltic states, the whole of Eastern Europe, and so on. And now I come to the main thing. They have come to the Ukraine, ultimately. In 2008, at the summit in Bucharest, they declared that the doors for Ukraine and Georgia to join NATO were open. Now about how decisions are made there. Germany, France seem to be against it, as well as some other European countries. But then, as it turned out later, President Bush, and he's such a tough guy, a tough politician, as I was told later, he exerted pressure on us and we had to agree. It's ridiculous. It's like kindergarten. Where are the guarantees? What kindergarten is this? What kind of people are these? Who are they? You see, they were pressed, they agreed. And then they say, Ukraine won't be in the NATO, you know? I say, I don't know. I know you agreed in 2008. Why won't you agree in the future? Well, they pressed us then. I say, why won't they press you tomorrow? And you'll agree again. Well, it's nonsensical. Who's there to talk to? I just don't understand.
You see, I mean, he's making, how is everybody missing what took place in this conversation? So many content creators I've checked in on.
We're ready to talk, but with who?
Thank you for that question, by the way, Virgil. Face is here. Great to see you. TJ is here. Wonderful to see you. Dan, something of gold. Gold of gold is here, is asking, is Tucker CIA? I doubt it. I know that there's all kind of conspiracy theories. How many people out there have a father that did a profession that they are not also doing the exact same profession? Tucker, as I understand, wanted to be in the CIA, but is not. At least that's the public statement. I don't see any evidence of a CIA operation in this interview with Putin. I see self-interest of a self-promoter, nothing wrong with that, trying to make a living and fame for himself now that he's free from Fox. And I think that furthermore, whether or not he's CIA for us who are trying to recapture our destiny is totally irrelevant. All that matters is he saying, doing, interviewing things that promote anti-whiteism, that which victimizes us? Is he getting in the way of white well-being and the changing of this social morality that concludes that it's immoral for white people to have white well-being, that it is that non-white people have to be harmed for white people to be well? And if he's doing those things, then it doesn't matter whether he's doing them for the CIA, for himself, it's his ideology, he's a cuck, or whatever it is. We have to concern ourselves with what we can know about the world, and we don't need to know more than what gets in our way, what victimizes us, what enables us to move forward to the recapture of our destiny. That's all that matters. He could run around naked around a pentagram every night. I don't care. It doesn't matter to me. I can't do anything about it. I can't really know it. I know there are other content creators out there that want to, and they do. They go and they read all about this guy's family history, where his father worked, where he first worked, what were his first papers at university, and on and on and on. They talk to you all about that stuff. What does that do? You know, I'm not saying you just asked me, I'm not saying you personally, I'm saying generally. What does that do for us? Nothing. But you got to know it, Jay. Why? Why do you got to know it? How can that help us? It can't. I've watched people idle their lives away on information like that, and the country just gets worse and worse and worse when they could have been productive. So there's no excuse, really. It doesn't matter what he is, but I don't think he is. But ultimately, it doesn't matter. Great question, though, because those kind of discussions need to happen.
Where are the guarantees? None. So they started to develop the territory of Ukraine. Whatever is there, I have told you the background, how this territory developed, what kind of relations there were with Russia. Every second or third person there has always had some ties with Russia. And during the elections in already independent, sovereign Ukraine, which gained its independence as a result of the Declaration of Independence. And by the way, it says that Ukraine is a neutral state, and in 2008, suddenly the doors or gates to NATO were open to it. Oh, come on. This is not how we agreed. Now, all the presidents that have come to power in Ukraine, they relied on electorate with a good attitude to Russia in one way or the other. This is the southeast of Ukraine. This is a large number of people. And it was very difficult to persuade this electorate, which had a positive attitude towards Russia. Viktor Yanukovych came to power, and how? The first time he won after President Kuchma, they organized a third round, which is not provided for in the constitution of Ukraine. This is a coup d'etat. Just imagine, someone in the United States wouldn't like the outcome.
In 2014?
Before that. No, this was before that. After President Kuchma, Viktor Yanukovych won the elections. However, his opponents did not recognize that victory. The U.S. supported the opposition, and the third round was scheduled. What is this? This is a coup. The U.S. supported it, and the winner of the third round came to power. Imagine if in the U.S. something was not to someone's liking, and the third round of election, which the U.S. Constitution does not provide for, was organized. Nonetheless, it was done in Ukraine. Okay, Viktor Yushchenko, who was considered a pro-Western politician, came to power.
Remember they poisoned that guy? And it changed like his entire face. The poison didn't kill him. Nasty.
Fine. We have built relations with him as well. He came to Moscow with visits. We visited Kiev. I visited too. We met in an informal setting. If he's pro-Western, so be it. It's fine. Let people do their job. The situation should have developed inside independent Ukraine itself. As a result of Kuchma's leadership, things got worse and Viktor Yanukovych came to power after all. Maybe he wasn't. However, the issue of this... We have always been lenient to this, suit yourself. But when we read through the Treaty of Association, it turned out to be a problem for us, since we had a free trade zone and open customs borders with Ukraine, flooding of our market. We said, no, this is not going to work. We shall close our borders with Ukraine then. The customs borders, that is. Yanukovych started to calculate how much Ukraine was going to gain, how much to lose, and said to his European partners, I need more time to think before signing. The moment he said that, the opposition began to take destructive steps, which were supported by the West. It all came down to Maidan and a coup in Ukraine.
So he did more trade with Russia than with the EU. Ukraine did.
Of course. It's not even the matter of trade volume, although for the most part it is.
Southern Bloom is here. Great to see you.
It is the matter of cooperation size. Ties between the enterprises were very close since the times of the Soviet Union. One enterprise there used to produce components.
So that's when Ukraine chose, by way of their legitimately elected politician, chose greater ties with Russia than with the anti-white oligarchs in America and their vassal states in Europe. And then that's when I think we all watched the color revolution take place.
To be assembled both in Russia and Ukraine and vice versa. They used to be very close ties. A coup d'etat was committed, although
of course, we don't know. We're just talking about what Putin is saying. I wasn't there. So make sure you get your sources from numerous places.
I shall not delve into details now, as I find doing it inappropriate, the U.S. told us. Calm Yanukovych down, and we will calm the opposition. Let the situation unfold in the scenario of a political settlement. We said, all right, agreed, let's do it this way. As the Americans requested, Yanukovych did use neither the armed forces nor the police, yet the armed opposition committed a coup in Kiev. What is that supposed to mean? Who do you think you are? I wanted to ask the then U.S. leadership.
With the backing of whom?
With the backing of CIA, of course. The organization you wanted to join back in the day, as I understand. We should thank God they didn't let you in. Although, it is a serious organization. I understand. My former vis-a-vis in the sense that I served in the first main directorate, Soviet Union's intelligence service. They have always been our opponents. A job is a job. Technically, they did everything right. They achieved their goal of changing the government. However, from a political standpoint, it was a colossal mistake. Surely it was political leadership's miscalculation. They should have seen what it would evolve into. So in 2008, the doors of NATO were open for Ukraine. In 2014, there was a coup. They started persecuting those who did not accept the coup, and it was indeed a coup. They created.
Remember, though, just so I can say again, the nature of the human animal in statecraft is that it is always trying to gain leverage and angle on those who could inflict injury on it. It has to. There isn't an option not to. Does that make sense? It has to. Because the moment that one side has too much of an upper hand by too many different ways, paths to inflict injury, injury occurs. So the way that there is peace, the way that we have stability is by way of, you could take that phrase, mutual destruction. Essentially, with genuine adversaries, there's peace through mutual destruction. Otherwise, there is, and I'm talking about you define peace here as between and among states. I'm not saying that there's peace within, and the peace being not open and total war. That's how I'm defining peace. Not saying peace internally, not saying that there isn't, there's always spying, there's always maneuvering. It has to be, that is the human animal. So the fact that the United States and the anti-white oligarchs, that they were doing this is nature. It is the way that states have to operate. Now, can they be reckless? Of course. Is there an intelligent way to try to gain an angle, a patient way to try to gain angles on adversaries and upper hands here and there? You always have a sort of play of, and some states have an upper hand here, some states have an upper hand there. So it's this game that never ends. There is, of course, a reckless way to do this, and it does seem like, if these things are true, the anti-white oligarchs in U.S. and its vassal states are being very reckless. They're not taking into consideration that Russia needs to act what they already know, that Russia needs to act in a way to preserve its continuation and well-being, not just for today, but for decades, centuries down the road. That is the thinking of statecraft. And those who don't do it, those states cease to exist. So it's the nature of it's like the nature of the economy, the way that works given an economic system, etc.
The threat to Crimea, which we had to take under our protection.
It's not, so in other words, there aren't good guys and bad guys here. There aren't bad guys and bad guys. There aren't good guys and good guys. It is the business of statecraft. And it's hard for a lot of people to appreciate and understand, but that is what it is.
They launched the war in Donbass in 2014 with the use of aircraft and artillery against civilians. This is when it all started. There's a video of aircraft attacking Donetsk from above. They launched a large-scale military operation, then another one. When they failed, they started to prepare the next one. All this against the background of military development of this territory and opening of NATO's doors. How could we not express concern over what was happening? From our side, this would have been a culpable negligence. That's what it would have been. It's just that the U.S. political leadership pushed us to the line we could not cross, because doing so could have ruined Russia itself. Besides, we could not leave our brothers in faith, in fact, a part of Russian people, in the face of this war machine.
But that was 8 years before the current conflict started. So what was the trigger for you? What was the moment where you decided you had to do this?
Initially, it was the coup in Ukraine that provoked the conflict. By the way, back then, the representatives of 3 European countries, Germany, Poland, and France.
So he wants to make sure he hammers home that he did not start the current conflict. And Tucker is trying to get an answer, maybe trying to get him to slip up. I doubt it, though. About, so what was it that made you right now do X?
So right. They were the guarantors of the signed agreement between the government of Yanukovych and the opposition. They signed it as guarantors. Despite that, the opposition committed a coup, and all these countries pretended that they didn't remember that they were guarantors of the peaceful settlement. They just threw it in the stove right away, and nobody recalls that. I don't know if the US know anything about the agreement between the opposition and the authorities, and its 3 guarantors who, instead of bringing this whole situation back in the political field, supported the coup. Although it was meaningless, believe me, because President Yanukovych agreed to all conditions. He was ready to hold an early election, which he had no chance of winning, frankly speaking. Everyone knew that. Then why the coup? Why the victims? Why threatening Crimea? Why launching an operation in Donbass? This I do not understand. That is exactly what the miscalculation is. CIA did its job to complete the coup. I think one of the deputy secretaries of state said that it cost a large sum of money, almost 5 billion. But the political mistake was colossal. Why would they have to do that? All this could have been done legally, without victims, without military action, without losing Crimea. We would have never considered to even lift a finger if it hadn't been for the bloody developments on Maidan. Because we agreed with the fact that after the collapse of the Soviet Union, our border should be along the borders of former Union's republics. We agreed to that. But we never agreed to NATO's expansion, and moreover, we never agreed that Ukraine would be in NATO. We did not agree to NATO bases there without any discussion with us. For decades, we kept asking, don't do this.
See, the dicta that Putin is communicating could have been done much more succinctly, and I think more powerfully, which would have occurred to him had he been more intelligent. He is having an above average intelligence, not a lot, but a little bit, conversation. And as a consequence, it's meandering, it threatens to be desultory, and is a bit soporific as a consequence. He's no raconteur. You would not want this guy for a grandfather or an uncle because his stories suck. But nonetheless, we're getting from him some valuable information. And I think what we'll do is, I don't know if today we will continue watching any more of this today, but maybe in the roll-in on Wednesday, which will be Valentine's Day, but I'll be here serving White Wellbeing because that's my life. That's what I do. I love doing it. But I do want to say, for those who might not want to come back and listen to any more of the review, there's quite a lot more and really more insight about Putin and Tucker and the deal with Gershkovich, as well as some other subjects. But I want to drive home the reality that Putin is, when he talks about denazification, he does so from the position that knowing that, and what is denazification, by the way? Really, what is it? What does it come down to? He says no government on planet Earth will tolerate a Nazi movement. This is the head of Russia saying this. So for everybody who believes, everybody out there who continues a day after this interview, like if you were having a hard time understanding it, if you were having a hard time looking at Ye's law, if you were having a hard time with all of this other business, you're having a hard time getting it. Everybody has, strengths and weaknesses, and maybe yours is your intellect. Then you should know now that there never will be, period, end of conversation, any sort of Nazi movement, any sort of Nazi simulating movement, Nazi-like movement, political party, anybody who does that moving forward, after Putin has said this, are demonstrating that they are very low IQ and or anti-white, crypto anti-whites, wanting to lead a genuine reclamation of the destiny of Western kind into a dead-end alley. These people are not the hardcore. They're the dumb core. We are the hardcore for White Wellbeing. And everyone of every background is allowed to participate. The other thing about that is that the conversation about denazification has nothing to do with a reality on the ground, that there is some sort of widespread white supremacist neo-Nazi movement in Ukraine. There are or were neo-Nazi groups just like there are anywhere. How many of those were composed of violent criminals that they had nothing else in the world but this gang? You know, these are not like idealistic champions that you would have found marching with the best of the best that were chosen for the SS or whatever it is, right? Back in the day. These are the lowest class animals. So were there such people? Of course. And the general population has nothing to do with that. And they would never have anything to do with it. And that would obviously not survive or be tolerated. These people would be imprisoned in a Ukraine dominated by the anti-white oligarchs. Any resistance to anti-whiteism that takes the shape of the villain in the anti-white narrative is persecuted everywhere. And the general, more importantly, the general population shrugs and doesn't care. So the argument about the denazification that you see that Putin finally reveals, this guy, he's got sang-froid. He's got cold blood. He is a logical, rational thinker, suddenly becomes animated with emotion when he talks about denazification, because that is an emotional subject for the Russians. More importantly, it's an argument that he clearly has made and been practiced in many times since the beginning of the conflict. And he imbibes an argument that he imbibes as well. So you see that come out of him. It is for the purpose of animating the Russian population for a moral crusade, irrespective of the dangers of conflict with the superpower of the world. And don't let anybody, this whole nonsense, I keep hearing things like content creators saying, it's a multipolar world now. The United States has fallen. Bullshit. The United States can wipe out the entire planet. The United States would incur, obviously, death and destruction, but the United States can destroy the entire planet, no problem. So it's not, when it comes right down to force, the U.S. can kick, it is still a singular power. It actually behooves anti-white oligarchs and their strategists for people to think something so misguided as the United States has fallen, it's a multipolar world. And the reason why, the human animal is cyclical. Now, I'm not in on the meetings of these people, but I'm going to go ahead and guess that some of them are as bright as I am. And so they've concluded, as I have concluded, that since you have a cyclical animal, you need and seasons, you need a cyclical story for them, where and when it can be created and is beneficial to do so. Static in some cases, and changing like the seasons in others. So it is made for his population. It's working gloriously. But what did I see for him? What did I see on social media? Tons of cucks suddenly saying that, look at, the Nazis are a problem. It's the commies and the Nazis. And in America, we won't have either. I mean, give me a break, you tards. All right. And with that, we'll be right back.
Falling, you see. see the change. You're calling for help, it's all so strange. No faces familiar, a smile away. It's gone now, so lonely. How can we save it? You used to call yourself unnecessary, necessary. While hiding in the shadows, you pray for death. This institution's reign of misery for the willing. You canceled all your hesitation to embrace it all.
Let's celebrate swashbuckling time, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to swash. We're going to take a look at your financial gifts, and we're going to bring the great ForNull for a swash through. But let's get out your raucous emojis, your 007s, your big celebration, ladies and gentlemen, right now. Reptile, celebrate Reptile. 007s, he has been diligently inserting our lexicon into the Daily Wire, TPUSA, chats, Kirk Owens, Knowles, and Shapiro. He's had a little bit of success there, but he's had big success over at Walsh's audience. They seem to love it, he says. Let's celebrate the swashbuckling phenomenon that is the great Reptile. 007's raucous emojis, please, ladies and gentlemen. We also want to celebrate King Dice. For we were saying earlier, you saw the clip, using anti-whiteism, anti-white again and again and again, gloriously doing the Lord's work in service to white well-being, because that's where the Lord wants you to be. Give your love, give your support to King Dice. God bless you, brother. We also had a former E-celebrity named Ashley, who has his recently suspended account, but also has a Telegram with a bunch of followers over there using the concept anti-whiteism. You did this. You made the world a different place. You made the world a place where our victimization is discussed in a way that puts an end to anti-whiteism, i.e. our victimization. Big salutes to Ashley and her use of anti-whiteism. Let's pull up the unstoppable work, the one and only, ladies and gentlemen. You know him. It is the great, where is it? I have it. We'll find it. It is the great, it is the one and only, it is the Franklinator, ladies and gentlemen. IRL, celebrate the work of this man. It never ends. These things are not repeats. He is just this much of a badass. The media is anti-white. Anti-whiteism is evil. Really show this man some love. Let's show him some love, because not only is he wallpapering the world for white well-being, he's also moderating. He also does the timestamps for the gatherings. Give it up. Give it up for the great, the noble, the dazzling Franklinator, ladies and gentlemen. God bless you, brother. Keep it going. Big raucous emojis for John. Look at this. He's back at it. His automobile is a savior to mankind as he travels into anti-whiteism. NoWhiteGuilt.org. John cannot be stopped. Give the man some love. Show him some 95s in the chat. But that's not all. Look at this. In service to white well-being. NoWhiteGuilt.org. Imagine this. People are going to be wondering, what is that? And they're going to be checking it out. God bless you, man. Doing some marvelous, absolutely marvelous swashbuckling activism. That's the way you swash. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the way. That's the way you swash. John, thank you so much. We have Paul. Take a look at this. Colossal Twitter account. Paul, is it Zypula? And he says here, and this has well over 100, almost 200,000 views now. Anti-whiteism is destroying the West in America. Anti-Christianity falls under that umbrella and is similarly ruining our culture. Give him love. Give him some celebration. Throw some crowns on that man, Paul. God bless him. He didn't stop there. He's over here under this comment by End Wokeness. Anti-whiteism is globally accepted still. Julius Molina is the perfect example of this. Folks, we're looking at closing in on 400,000 views with a concept that defeats the concept racism. God blessing. God bless. Big, heartfelt celebration to Paul Zypula. Thank you so much, good brother and champion. And give thanks to Franklin for bringing these to my attention. Also, this one by our very own Homeless Bear. Kicking ass. It's Western kind is one people of many countries. It's time for white people to come together and say enough is enough. No more anti-whiteism and no more white erasure of our Western nations. He has the website right there. White Wellbeing is so hot right now. This is in response on a... Oh, I can't read it right here. It's a response on somebody else's tweet, though. This alone has over 11,000 now views. Homeless Bear, our very own swashbuckling champion. Celebrate him, ladies and gentlemen. Show him some love. And there you have, of course, It's a Comedy, Damn It audio book, swashing around the world, spending on the advertising to get it out to our brothers and sisters. Make sure you share it, too, if you can, especially to our conservative, implicitly white sympathetic folks. They'll find it fascinating, I assure you. And before we wrap it up, ladies and gentlemen, and we get ready to look at your financial gifts and bring on the great, the glorious ForNull for a swash through, I want to give a big thank you to everybody in the outreach team from West on down. They are on Twitter, they're on Gab, they're on YouTube. I see you. I'm impressed by you. I love the work that you're doing. Thank you for being there. You're doing a fantastic job. And we will be right back with more celebrations. Give it up for these swashbuckling champions. All right, let's continue the celebration for the king of entropy, the dominator of entropy, a man who needs no invitation to be able to come to my table and dine with me. Dude, bro, moment. Give him crowns, give him 95, show him some raucous emoji love. 50 white well-being dollars from this champion. He is truly a man that has no end to the well that is his love for the well-being of our people. Dude, bro, moment 50. Save the white baby. Say, protect the white woman, protect the white man, protect the white senior citizen, reclaim the destiny of our country's dollars. I love it. Dude Bro Moment is over there. And with a $50 financial gift. Thank you so much, good brother. Let me continue. I will re-upload and see if there's anybody else over there on Entropy. It is stalling on me right now, but we'll see in just a moment. We'll come back to it. Over here on Odyssey, what do we have? Oh, we have, let's see, looks like we have a few. Is that, let me refresh it just to make sure those are accurate, and I will take a look at D Live as it pops up as well. And we see that we have no financial gifts there. It doesn't look like we do. But hello to everybody that is over there. If you financially gifted me, tag me and let me know, and I'll take a look for it. Thank you. I could just be missing it on my screen. Let's see over here and make sure that we have a correct counting. Who'd have thunk it? Financially gifted 5 library tokens. Thank you so much, good brother. I appreciate it. And he says with those 5 library tokens, interference with white erasure can only ever be dangerous to anti-whites. Absolutely. Very well written. A possible band-aid to the damage of great replacement when anti-whites try to socially lynch. So it's an MC that he's thinking of, an argument. Interference with white erasure can only ever be dangerous to anti-whites. Thank you, good brother, and thank you for those library tokens. I will come back to those who have tagged me after we get through these financial gifts, and we have the swash through the great ForNull. Who'd have thought it also, with 5 more library tokens, said anti-whites already use anti-whiteism as an excuse to take the speech rights of heretics. Precisely. The state calls, quote, I love white people, close quote, intimidation. Conservatives do nothing for heretics' rights. Their abstractionism is just anti-whiteism. Very well put. Very well put. They lose their conviction the moment they're called racist. Well, precisely. Yeah, none of the cucks out there will stand in front of us and say, let them have free speech, these people who care about whites. No, they won't. You're absolutely right. Very well stated. 5 more library tokens from Who'da Thunk It. He's on fire. He's in fuego over there. He says, if calling a non-white or a child rapist, quote, white supremacist, etc., is defamatory of them, it pisses me off. How about white? It pisses me off. How about white people? Time immemorial, letters lost to the dry plains of America hundreds of years ago, having these defamations. Yeah, it's a defamation to a child predator, a pedophile, a pederast, to call them that, but somehow it's not defamation to refer to white people who are white positive, who love our people, with these anti-white slurs. And 5 more library tokens. Damn, who'd have thunk it? Thank you so much. He writes, denazification was defined as a certain role, as certain role models of white negatives. On the surface, this appears a falsifiable target of anti-whiteism. However, in practice, its stereotyping permits persecution of and imperils white well-being. Precisely. The immoral shrewdness of Putin's calling multiculturalism a strength is cravenous. Thank you so much. Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. Do you want in Ukraine the anti-white oligarchs of America and their vassals in Europe, or do you want the denazification of Putin? We don't want either, because the denazification is going to mean any white people who care about white well-being. So very well stated. Thank you very much for the comments, brother. And I'll come back to everybody who has tagged me, including you, as soon as we can. And it looks like it looks like entropy has worked, and there is nobody else there. And I will swivel now to my right, and we will see who we have over there who has financially gifted. Don't want to miss out on anybody who is over there. As we refresh, we have No White Gill Clips, ladies and gentlemen, celebrate the great Clips. God bless him. He's amazing. He's glorious. He's over here. $80. 80 white well-being dollars from this Herculean champion of the West. Get him some crowns. Get him some gems for his feet. The great Slaughtz is over here as well, as financially gifted. $1 on Cash App. Thank you so much, good brother. He says, I was impressed. Tucker even asked what is that Benghazi is? Thank you so much, good brother. And you're going to keep your raucous emojis going. Celebrate with crowns and gems and 95s and radical dinosaur emojis, having apoplectic fits of joy for first last. Financially gifting $50 over here on Cash App. Thank you so much. Good, sir. And he writes with those $50, got Georgism? With a question mark. Yeah, he's in the live chat, I think. Ask him what it is. We have Seamus over here. $5 financial gift. Thank you so much, good brother, and for all your hard work. With those $5, he says, weekly folk tithe. I appreciate it. God bless you. And we have used the Unifier $5 financial gift as well. She says, weekly folk tithe of white well-being. Thank you so much, sister. Fantastic. And we will refresh over here on Subscribe Star as well. And we'll see if anything came in over there. And if not, we will keep moving. And of course, we will look back to see about any financial gifts that come in moving here forward. But what we're going to do right now is we're going to play for you just a snippet of a new song. It's not quite done. It's by the great ForNull, who has received the join link now. We'll play just a bit of this, and we're going to bring him on for a swash through, ladies and gentlemen. Let's have a listen to The Charge. That is the epic ForNull. You don't have to wait another minute, ladies and gentlemen. Here he is, the one and only, the great ForNull. There he is, brother. How are you doing?
How's it going? Can you hear me
man.
all right?
Yes, I can hear you perfectly. It's great to have you on for a swash through. I love the new piece, brother. How have you been?
Been doing well. Yeah. How are you doing? Get over your cold quote
Oh
air
yeah,
quotes.
yeah, exactly. Finally, actually, the fatigue from it lasted for weeks, and so I would go to the gym, and I would be totally enervated at like I could barely move, but that has finally abated, and I am fully convalesced and ready to continue to crush the world for white well-being.
Awesome. Awesome. I like your closet design tonight. That's pretty neat.
Thank you,
Kinda
man.
trippy.
Yeah,
It's
you
like a
take it.
maze back there. It's
Yes.
minotaurs in there somewhere.
Yeah, absolutely, man. You don't know which door. You got to pick the right door.
That's right.
You pick the wrong door, and who knows where you're going to end up. One of those doors lead to ForNull's castle, and the other one leads to certain death at the hands of a minotaur.
Well, I'm gonna try and not be soporific tonight. So
okay, good.
I don't want I don't want to be a Putin about anything. So no, but I enjoyed your analysis there. That was pretty good. I agree. You had a lot of good critique about Tucker and his social faux pas. It seems like and then I agree too. When he laughed, it looks so entitled, so arrogant. The way he responded, yeah. If I was him, and like you said, I would have been like, "Oh, I apologize," and it seems I've offended you or whatever, to keep things good. But it kind of it's almost like he was trying to put himself above Putin or something. I don't know. It was weird.
Yeah. And the only thing, I mean, maybe you have something there saying it that way, because that kind of ties in with this Gerskovich reporter that at the end he tries to get, we didn't get to that yet, maybe on Wednesday, but he tries to get Putin to release. He actually says, will you send him home with us? And that's a preposterous thing.
Oh my God.
To ask.
Right. Yeah. That's kind of, yeah. I mean, really putting him on the spot on something that's a serious matter, and he's almost making a joke about it in a way. I didn't watch the whole thing, but I saw little clips. I liked it, overall. I mean, yeah, they're not geniuses, and Tucker messed up and all that, but it's still, interesting to see that. And it's nice to see some truth, although we know the truth can't affect change when there's the psychological warfare going on. But still, it's good to see the truth get through, and that does boost morale a little, that at least something, a glint of honesty's coming through. And it's definitely better than anything you would normally see on any network, I think.
Oh my God. Something else I wanted to mention, you just reminded me of it, and that we will see in the remainder, is that there's a moment where after Tucker says, who blew up, or asked who blew up Nord Stream 1, and they have that high moment of the interview, then Putin talks about how who would want it and who could do it. But then Putin won't say any more about it. Tucker then says, why don't you share, if you have evidence, why don't you share the evidence and have like a propaganda coup? And Putin laughs sardonically, and he says, no one's going to beat the United States in propaganda.
Yeah.
So there's just no use in us even revealing what we have and what we know. The United States communicates to the world. And so effectively, you think about this, talk about a kudos to us, pat on our back, that the brightest thinkers and the actual government and government resources in Russia, and of course this is the case, they can't grapple with anti-whiteism, how it governs a people, and as we have, and how to undermine it. They simply don't know. It would benefit Russia, it would benefit China to attempt to influence anything that would destabilize now, like the United States. But having said that, there is already enough instability with everybody, all of these different peoples not having anything in common in the West. You have a country because of what you have in common, not because you have nothing in common.
Yep. Well, and it kind of makes me think about a lot of these people that have, plans, air quotes, on, how we're going to fix things. And they're putting the cart before the horse because, we are not a people yet. And they want to, for instance, prioritizing the increase of white birth rates and things like this. Sure, that's important, but that is only making potentially soldiers for the anti-whites until we have enough people on our side, that have the defense to anti-whiteism. And yeah, I think that's something I've been thinking about lately. I kind of wanted to bring up while I was on tonight was, I see people talk about the impetus for anti-whiteism. A lot of them, it can look like anti-whiteism stemmed from anti-white, propaganda that was spread by the mass media. And so this leads to all kinds of conclusions. But that totally skips over the fact that for that to have worked, for that to have been acceptable or accepted by the masses on any level, we already were infected with mean pathogens. We're white people. We have probably been vulnerable to this anti-white psychological warfare for a very long time. And maybe the mass media, the printing press and whatever, from there on, gave a way to push, gave a vehicle, a way to push propaganda that could be used against us eventually. But we were susceptible. And it seems like before we can do anything, we need a solid foundation. And that is going to be making our people feel righteous about defending ourselves against anti-whiteism, and that's what Go Free is. And yeah, I know it's a bit of a rambling thing, but it's just something I think about whenever I see these people come up with all these plans. Of course, I don't know how to put that into a paragraph tweet size thing, and I don't want to pay to, write a wall of text as a reply. But it's something I think about. And it shows the vagues, the white sympathetics who think we can just come up with a new constitution and a new flag and all these things. The litmus test, they are failing the litmus test for being able to have an opinion about it, because if they think any of that is going to help when our people, the masses, feel guilty for sticking up for white people, I mean, where is that ever going to go but nowhere? So
brilliant. It's brilliant. Actually, what you're saying is so true, that there's this myopic view that, and it's the superficial thing that occurs to everyone. I mean, even children, if they look at it, they see the anti-whiteism in the media, and they think news and entertainment, and they think, I found where it comes from.
Yeah.
But I mean, good God, and no wonder no wonder the number of people, I mean, you look at the bell curve of IQ, no wonder the number of people who come to that conclusion is what it is so large, because it's a very mid-wit take to say, I see it coming from news and entertainment media, ergo that's its source, ergo whoever's producing it is the source of it, and therefore if you just get rid of those people, then it's all gone.
It reminds me, I can draw an analogy with computer security. Okay, so let's say Windows 10 or Windows 11 has some vulnerability that allows it to be hacked, and they can take over your computer. Well, the geniuses who combat that, they aren't trying to go out and get rid of all the hackers, because they know that's never going to work. There's no way they can ever get rid of every single one. So what do? Well, they fix the vulnerability so that is now closed. That is not a route someone can take to attack the system. And really, that's how we have to think about Go Free, is the fix, the patch for white people to close the vulnerability, the security hole.
Actually, that is a absolute perfect analogy. That is exactly what it is, because when we say no more victimizing white people, that's the same way as saying we're going to put an end to this path through the victimization of the client who owns the device that's being broken into. It's the exact same thing.
Yeah, because we can't go after every person attacking us, so we got to close that hole up so they can't get through.
So brilliant, brother. Exactly.
Cool.
That is so true. And yeah, the desire to, I mean, to take the analogy even further, it's so profound that the desire to break into, to exploit a weakness, is a phenomenon.
Yes.
That it isn't specific to any group of people. It's something that human beings are going to try to do. You're not going to be able to get rid of all of them. You're not going to be able to stop this phenomenon of wanting to exploit weaknesses for enrichment. But you can get in the middle of the path and say, well, it's not going to happen through here anymore. And that path to our victimization is anti-whiteism. We can get in that path. We can say, no more victimizing white people. I don't care about your excuse. And the excuses, can be further analogized to the different means by which hackers break into devices. So, gosh, man, that is smart.
Cool.
That is so smart.
It just occurred to me while we were talking here tonight. So yeah, that's cool.
We got to talk with ForNull more. We need to have ForNull on more.
Yeah. So what else? That was pretty much it. I can tell you what I've been doing lately. Been working on the Grim Earth game still. That's still going along. That's that thing I was doing with Dave Martell and
cool.
Barma Boy, got an artist. It's mostly a solo project, and I'm not trying to take away from any of the efforts like Dino Storm did or any of that. But I mean, the majority of the work, there's no more art coming in. So it's just me, and there's really no funds. So it's just kind of like when I get motivated, I put some hours on it, and because I'd like to finish the game, it'd be cool, to be able to put it out.
Yeah, heck yeah.
I'm starting another video game project of my own. I have an idea that I want to work on, that at least if I'm gonna donate my time, it's something that I can totally run the whole show. If I want to put it up on Steam or whatever, I can, and I don't have to worry about all the other stuff that comes with working on a team. And I like working on a team, but there's ideas I want to try that I can't really do in the Grim Earth game. So got that going. Got my weekly D&D game going.
Nice.
And you know Hallander, right? He did the music for Mimmer's Bruner show, and he's put out at least 100 different tracks. Hallander. He makes not dungeon synth. It's like kind of medieval European fantasy style music. Anyways, he's one of my players, and our chat room is slowly devolving into just me and him posting music at each other that's inspired by our D&D sessions. So
nice.
That's kind of fun.
That's fantastic. Man, well, you were so like polymathic. You've got so many things going on. You're making music. You don't even mention. You're like, oh yeah, got all this going on. Don't even mention music. It's like, who was it? Oh my gosh. Was it?
Well, thank you. That's kind of you to say that. I appreciate that.
I'm trying to remember the artist who, oh my gosh, I almost just remembered him. Renaissance, Italy.
What, like Michelangelo or something like that? Or
maybe it was Michelangelo. And he said he had
Leonardo
a resume.
da Vinci.
Oh no, it was Da Vinci.
Yeah, because he published books, so you can read his thoughts. Some of them are pretty profound too.
Yes. But one of the things that I used to always find amusing was his resume to kings and princes. And he talked about all these war machines that could be made and all of this other stuff and civil things that could be done for society to function better. And at the very end, he essentially wrote, "And I paint."
Just as an
aside.
additional, just tack that on at the end.
Yeah.
One of the greatest painters ever,
ever to live. And I paint. So if you need any of that done. But brother, where can folks find you for all of this D&D game and everything else that you're working on?
Oh, can you still hear me, by the way?
Yeah.
My mic, okay, because I accidentally unplugged it. Sorry to cut you off. Where can they find me? Well, they can find me on Twitter, although, you may or may not want to find me there because a lot of times I'm just kind of honing my argument skills with vagues and white sympathetics and all that, but it's fun. It's fun practice. It's like Twitter is a good place to find a sparring partner.
Yeah.
But I'm there. It's ForNull USA over there. I'm on YouTube as Fornelius Noland, and I can post a link there in the chat after I get off here. And let's see, the Discord server. Well, I have a Telegram server, and so I post stuff there that links to. I post stuff there that I like. If I have new music that I don't want to have to make a video for, I'll post it there. Or my D&D game, I'll post stuff there to the channel. So that is just ForNull on Telegram. I'm just at ForNull. So
Sweet.
And yeah, that's about it. It's good to be on, and I'm glad I got a chance to prove my genius to the world with my virus metaphor. Just remember, you guys, that's TM copyright 2024 ForNull. So don't forget to put that if you use it.
We are never going to forget.
I use your stuff all the time, like I made it up, but it's just easier than trying to give everything I say, credit to you. And I don't know how much is derived from it or my own thoughts anymore, but it's like we're one, Jason, mentally, I feel like.
We are. We're becoming like a hive mind, heading out into the world and taking back all that is rightfully ours. But it's glorious having you on, brother, and we have to have you swash through far more often.
All right, cool. Thanks.
All right, man. We'll talk soon.
Later.
Bye-bye. If you haven't noticed, the chat or the Twitter space is up and running. If you would like to go over there and to get your thoughts and opinions together on Tucker and Putin, if you have any on that. That's what I titled it. But of course, you can talk about anything you want. Once you're there, ask for the mic and I will hand it to you. We're going to be there until 9:30, as is the norm for our Sunday gatherings. I may come back and share at least one of the points I wanted to make for the Go Free lesson of the day, but we're already well into this hour. And that's because I went long with Tucker and Putin, and already into the final hour where we open up the Twitter space for people to participate and share their views on these things. That could be you. So how about ForNull? Isn't that guy just brilliant? Nice guy. I mean, come on. Brilliant. Follow his work. Make sure you share what he does. Let him know how much you appreciate him. Not only does he do all of that, he also is mods when he can. He does a huge number of things in the background that you're not even aware of. So give this guy some swashbuckling love. Share the love. Announcements we have. I want you to please give your prayers and positive energy to Biospirit of the West and his family. He's been ill. There's an illness that's hanging on, I guess kind of like my COVID did, with the weakness, the fatigue. So let's give him some positive energy. Let's give him some prayers. If you could take a moment for that, or this evening before you go to bed, so that we can have him back to the top of his game and he can finally be finished with the illness hanging on. So God bless the great Biospirit of the West. Find me, I ask you, find me small conservative content creators. Let's make sure they can talk. Let's make sure they can be in an interview. They make videos. If they do live streams, that's good. And it can be on any kind of, it could be TikTok, it could be Instagram, it could be YouTube, somewhere where we can invite these people to my YouTube channel and interview them, have a conversation, see what they're doing, get their opinions, get their views. Please keep an eye out for such content creators, because we would like to bring them on and thereby accomplish wonderful things. Please. So that's kind of an action item. Thank you so much for that. We are revamping the Go Free Practice chat, which is now called the Prometheum chat. If you are over on the Prometheum chat, if you have not been active there for a while, you're going to be asked, you're going to be messaged and say, what are you doing? And you're going to be given an opportunity to stay or go. If you have been in that chat destructively criticizing, which is concern trolling, the Go Free Practice, and yours truly, that will be addressed as well. That is my house. Like this live chat is my house. The purpose of the Prometheum, just like getting together in these live stream, these spaces, are for those who have or in the process or considering adopting the Go Free Practice, digging into that practice, improving one's understanding of the practice, improving oneself, going free from the anti-white ideas with which we are all infected. So discussing that and exploring the newfound knowledge, as well as advancing this knowledge into the world, the ways and means by which we do this, the champions, bringing new champions in to expose them to the work that we do here. If you don't like the work, you don't like me personally, you need to go. This is my house, and you can go elsewhere to complain or to whatever, to gripe. And I don't know that there is anyone left, but I'm just saying this is the case moving forward. the rules of the Prometheum and the outreach team effectively are going to be similar, identical to how we handle the live chat here. So if you show up, you want to be white negative, etc., you'll just be booted. So keep an eye out on that becoming a much more productive space for white well-being. And I want to share mail-wise. We got one piece of mail in the thaumatological mailbag. That is thaumatological mailbag. One piece of mail, a beautiful box from Cassie. Thank you so much, Cassie. Big salute to Cassie. Big salute. Thank you. She sent a box that contained 2 stocking caps that say no white guilt. This one is gray. The other one is like a baby blue, a light blue. And they're nice and soft. Thank you so much. And the box, this big box full of dog toys. So they will make their way to Grace and her morbidly obese animal. Thank you so much for that. That was what was in the thaumatological mailbag. What are your thoughts on Tucker and Putin? Did you watch the whole interview? How about this? Have you watched the interview and you haven't watched the interview? Did you read this false transcript that was being shared across Twitter prior to the interview being released? And I took a read of that transcript, and I didn't see any of the comments that I saw in the transcript. I didn't see any in the actual interview. So did you read that? But otherwise, the other thing that I will share, and again, it's up to you, and I will take a look at what everybody's doing and saying, and whether or not you tag me or you financially gift. But maybe, we'll see. Maybe I'll share this one point if we have time for it. Just going to take a quick look over here on entropy, and it looks like we did not miss anybody. Again, a big thank you to Dude Bro Moment for that $50 financial gift. On Cash App, another big thank yous to Clips, $80, and First Last, $50 over there. That was sizable financial gifts. Thank you both so very much, and we didn't miss anybody there. And Subscribe Star looks like we have a financial gift from June. $5 financial gift. Thank you so much, June. And she says, Jason, occasionally, in order to give my comments to the Trump re-election team, I contribute very small amounts to, quote, Donald Trump. I have a recent request for recommendation of VP. Maybe this means nothing, but maybe I will add Clay Higgins' name for VP on the request form for the Trump team. I am using the term anti-whiteism everywhere. God bless you, June. Yeah, go ahead and recommend him. Wouldn't that be something? Thank you so much for all of your service to white well-being and that financial gift over here. I'll turn back this way. I saw Slaughtz, but I think in the Twitter space, but he has disappeared, it looks like. Let me swivel around to here and see if we have any tags. We have here on D Live. Looks like Dog Dave grabbing a beer and listening to No White Guilt. Ignoring the stupid bowl. Amen to that, brother. Thank you. This is the place to be. Also says, just remember, for every diversity hire, there's a diversity fire. A meme curative. Well practiced, my friend. Well said. We have Parprosa. Says, Jason, what's the quickest way to learn self-defense? Spartan suggested boxing. Yeah. Yes. I would say the rudiments of pugilism is the quickest way to begin to learn how to defend oneself. But I mean, your likelihood of conflict, the context in which they're likely to take place, are going to be shorter lived than the kind of strategies, which is why I say it would have to be very simplistic beginnings of understanding boxing, how to throw a punch, how to block, that sort of thing. Yes. Otherwise, if you come across training in self-defense that is that with a focus on the context that you are likely to find yourself at threat. So the grocery store, the bank, walking down the street, these environments. And I can just tell you that for the purpose of self-defense, in every one of these environments, you don't want to have a drawn-out contest. First and foremost, at least the way I handle it, is you want to get away. No, before that, you want to not be in environments where an assault is, the likelihood of assault is increased. After you don't go to those places, even when there's the possibility of being attacked or assaulted, you want to identify that that's happening, that that is forming, or that a possibility of that is about to happen, and you should leave. If you can, you need to get away. Nothing good is going to come from having to actually defend yourself. So that's another thing to consider. And then if there, as many of you have heard me say, if there's nothing else you can do, and it's 100% you are going to be assaulted, then act first, act fast, and then flee. You know, and if you're able to, and I'm not joking at all, if you're able to throw salt into someone's eyes, like literal salt, you fill your hand with salt and you can get it up into their eyes, run away after you do that. Be aware that the person whose eyes you have just temporarily blinded, that they may have, you know, friends or something, and you got to watch out for them. Or if it's a non-white aggressor, then you got to watch out for other non-whites just randomly attacking you. This is why I say, stay away, get away, stay away. And then if you can get away, if you can't get away, you see, it just gets the odds, things get worse and worse. But if it ends up being a punch and you lay him down, get away, no reason to keep beating on somebody. So that's what I would say. It's a great question, and everybody can benefit from that answer. How would you respond to a Protestant? Do you mean just Christian in general, who says that Jews are God's chosen people according to the Bible? I've had many interactions with people saying such a claim over the years, and I've had many different quips that I've used that have been really successful. Depends on the individual, the context, and what would be maybe a real good universal. Let's get everybody to maybe contribute to what would be a good universal response to a Christian saying that Jews are God's chosen people. And how would you turn this back? My response, maybe the generalized response that's coming to mind that I've used is, so what? I don't care. That does not give anti-whites, whether they're anti-white Jews or anybody else, the right to victimize white people. So what? Very often when you are in a debate, an argument, an effort to persuade or convince somebody, shedding their argument rather than engaging a destructive course or path or train of thought is the best thing to do. Why is that? Because all of their arguments that advance something that arrives at an anti-white conclusion, so as a pretext for some anti-white conclusion, are learned within the anti-white narrative. Therefore, in their brain and in your brain, the proofs all come to mind. The truths all come to mind. The legitimacy, you've all watched the exact same or similar argument made in a public forum where all of the actors or all of the characters in a book or whatever, they all nod in agreement. Yes, that makes perfect sense. That's a good pretext for harming white people. So the most important thing you have to do is to get out of their narrative altogether. So simply saying, so what? Like, why would they be making the argument that Jews are God's chosen? I have to assume that it's for this servile way that some Christians behave toward Jews, literally worshiping them as God on earth and setting aside our well-being in every instance for their well-being. So don't engage them. They'll have thousands of examples of how blessing Jews blesses you, and no use in getting into a debate over the Bible, because you already know that there are as many interpretations of the Bible as there are copies of it, and that there are people who invest faith in those interpretations. So getting into a debate with somebody else over the Bible is unlikely to produce the outcome that we want, which is to put an end to the victimization of white people. So generally, maybe one of the best things you could do, and we'll see what other people are saying, is to say, so what? If it is an argument, especially if it's an argument being made to victimize white people, but you can, to excuse the victimization of white people, tag me if you'd like and give me some more of the context, and maybe we can make it a little bit more specific for you. Great question, and thank you for that. Spartan may have financially gifted 2 lemons today, and if it was today, then God bless you, my friend. Thank you so very much for that. And we'll make sure that we didn't miss anybody here, and we will give the mic to Slaughtz in just a moment. We have Who to Thunk It over here on Odyssey. Says, if only being right meant something, you'd have millions of followers, Jason. Yeah, thank you for that. I know. If only being right mattered. If only being able to predict accurately nearly 100% of the time mattered, then yeah. All right. I'm going to hand the mic out. There's Slaughtz. I can hear you, brother. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you fine. I like that "so what" response to the anti-white religious arguments. It brought to mind one of the responses I had to an anti-white in the chat who was trying to despicably say there is some kind of karma for anything that our people do. And what I replied to them immediately was, anti-whiteism only has a spiritual validity to a spiritual midget.
Nice. Very well said.
If you're face to face with someone, and they're doing, all their anti-white stuff, you just call them a spiritual midget.
Yeah, spiritual midget. I like it. Well said, brother.
In my donation earlier, I was saying I was surprised that Tucker even asked what denazification was.
Oh, denazification.
I was pleasantly surprised that he even asked.
Yeah.
Because I thought he would just go along with it, and then I was about to write off the whole interview. I actually got pissed at Putin because I thought he wasn't gonna, be challenged on it. And I was actually surprised that Tucker went further and asked for some kind of metric on what denazification is, what the means of going about that kind of heresy removal to anti-whiteism. Yeah, and I was surprised that I think the response to Putin was like the accolading of these two specific figures in Ukraine, and I kind of tempered my hate for him a little bit because it was, on the surface, superficially, it was a falsifiable metric.
Right. You still there?
But
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
But of course, that's not enough. You can't just have superficial metrics, and I really believe it was superficial. So, that's basically the end of what I had to say with that part.
Is there anything else you wanted to add, brother? You can stay on the mic though.
Yeah. What ForNull had reminded me of is that, no offense to ForNull, he's an awesome guy. Of course, he's, monstrously successful champion for white well-being. But he reminded me, you never have to retire from serving white well-being.
Right.
You can always do things like programming, spreading flyers, or just posting online. You could be 100 years old and still be an absolute unit for white well-being.
Oh, yeah.
So this endeavor for our well-being is not something where you just retire or hang up your hat at 65 years old. This kind of thing.
Right.
Yeah.
Well said. I won't be stopping. I'm going to continue to serve, and everybody can. You can throttle up and throttle down your participation relative to your needs in life, and that's the way you should behave. Not these folks who come in and it's all or nothing, and they shine bright and then they go. But yeah, throttling up and throttling down. So yeah, well said, brother. Well said. We have.
That's all I got.
All right, well, just hang tight and you can stay with us. We have, is it El Snarkio is listening and had requested the mic. Request again, or I can invite you to speak since you had requested the mic, and we'll see if you take it, and then we'll see what you have to say. Just speak up when you're able to. You can unmute yourself. And in the live chat, we thank everybody for celebrating those who deserve to be celebrated for their service. Spike says he just showed up. Start the stream over. Great to see you. Rick Freedom says, I regularly inform clients about no white guilt at work and about how everything is anti-white. Keep it simple. Leave the anti-whites holding the tar ball every time with the lexicon is easy, folks. It is absolutely well stated, Rick. Thank you for that. And thank you for your swashbuckling activities in service to white well-being. Very happy to hear about that. And let's see, who else do we have? June. There's Franklin. Were you helping somebody? Oh, you were helping Ohio to tag me. And let's see if we have a tag from Ohio. No, I don't see. So maybe I can go back and find him to see if there's anything else there that I could speak to. Otherwise, or Franklin, if you know what it was, you could tag me with what he said. But looks like, nope. El Snarkio is still with us, but not able to chat or take the mic. Would you kind of Saxony says a Promethean hails. Big Promethean hails to you, brother. Great to see you. There's Ivan the Horrible is with us. The Horrible is with us as well. Great to see you. I will share with you. Well, looks like there's a tag over here on Odyssey. It says, no white guilt. Does NWG consider all Europeans white? Well, Europeans now, it's like Americans. So there are many non-white Europeans, just like there are many non-white Americans, many non-white Canadians. This antiquated, superannuated view that the countries like the US and Canada, Australia, New Zealand, that and it's like the unspoken premise that they're not actually white countries like European countries. They actually are white countries. They don't exist without white people. They were invented and built and created by white people. There is no America that is the America that we understand America to be. There is none without white people. It is a function of us. So there are non-white Europeans. And so, but he goes on to say, I mean, Argentina and the like are mixed. Whiteness, is that whiteness of Muslim Albania. And what is the next one? A little blurry. Another, I guess it's another country, maybe. Is it Chechnya? Chechens? Is that debased? Spaniards and Southern Italians have race mixed, he says, and Russians with Mongols. And then what's the last one? Gypsies are mixed. This is, if that's an honest question, intellectually honest, it is a meme pathogen that anti-whites ask, and an argument they advance all the time. What is a white person? What really is? They have no problem knowing what a Jew is. They have no problem knowing what a black is, an Arab. It just comes to white people. So it is an issue then of anti-whiteism. And a person that's even trying to be honest about it, a white person who is curious, maybe, is falling into the trap of regurgitating an anti-white argument. The bottom line is that what is white is determined. What is a Westman? What is a member of Western kind? Is determined by conflict and time. That's all that we need to understand right now. Conflict and time. More broadly speaking, white is that which, or Westman is that which produces Western civilization vis-a-vis the other civilizations of the world. So that means we have a big, varied family. We have different exteriors, even within our country. Even you can go to countries where all of us have fair skin, everyone, or just about. And you look at the variety of hair and eye color, and etc. It's almost like we're polymorphic. So that's an advantage to us. It's also something that genetically we've been predisposed for. I mean, if you're thinking about this in terms of an evolution, whether God initiated or not, clearly we favor variety. That favoring of variety is being used against us. And that's how they are able to make these arguments, anti-whites, to bring all kinds of different people into our lands that aren't going to project our biospirit onto our environment, i.e. our culture, i.e. our civilization. So we don't need to concern ourselves with the question, who's white? We need to demand an end to the victimization of white people. People who are able to say that they're not white and get away from the victimization, at least now, you don't need to count them. But this idea that first we have to we have to sectarianize ourselves along these impossible to distinguish, these lines that are impossible to distinguish, where one hue ends and one hue begins, is a non-starter, and it's meant to cripple our resistance, and works fabulously. There are also ne'er-do-wells in our own ranks who want to, who have a fetish for a particular look of white person. and they want to exclude the others. And those people are unwell, they're unfit to heed, and so ignore them. We have, looks like Jews is with us, and I'm going to give you the mic. And when you can unmute yourself, do so and let us know what you have to share, either about Tucker and Putin or anything else. Go ahead. If and when you show.
Howdy. Hey, Jason.
Hey, brother. Go ahead, man. Mic is yours.
Awesome show. Fascinating, interesting, great analysis. I had very similar thoughts watching the interview.
Huh? Cool.
Maybe just one thing up front on what you're saying here. What do you think of this generic sort of universal retort, which is it's only wrong. Oh, it's only wrong when white people do it, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, because you put them in the position of having to defend that victimization. Yeah.
Exactly, and it works. It's universal. It works for the anti-white non-whites. It also works for anti-white whites. So basically, and that's another thing that I think is to touch on is I feel like a lot. See what you think. I feel like a lot more can be done with shaming whites for being anti-white, which is to say, again, same base, same retort. They're always talking about how great, what they're doing is they're signaling that they're good people by caring about other groups, caring about black or whatever.
Yeah.
What about shaming them instantly by saying, "Oh, you only care about other groups, but not your own group? What the hell is wrong with you?"
I do that, man. Yes, I do that. Yep. Yeah, absolutely. I have said, and I say maybe quite what we would have to call it infamously, maybe, but made videos where I have said to people, the Jew standing up for his people is healthy. The black standing up for his people is healthy. I'm standing up for my people. I'm healthy. What's wrong with you? You're the only unhealthy one in this equation. I've used that in person so many times, I can't even count. And the look on white people's faces when you do that, right? Exactly what you're saying, brother, is like total shock. They have no idea how to respond to that. They literally, I have had some just stutter in response. It's great thought, though.
Awesome. Thank you. Very cool. I'm glad. I'm glad that that's consistent with the lexicon, because and maybe just to finish there, like on the Putin thing, what do you think? I think that, I propose that the mistake that the left is making is that they didn't kind of original in denying Russia as part of the West.
Yeah.
Right. So Putin identified as Western, right? Largely, not entirely, but largely. Talk about Greek Orthodox culture, the whole thing like Western, right? He sees himself, but then the West is rejecting that. And I think, the whole NATO thing, Clinton, rejected him from NATO. Don't you think that if the West embraced Russia as Western, that, it would fix a lot of things?
Yeah, without question. I mean, especially socially between and among our peoples, it would create a bonhomie if instead of drawing this artificial line, because we can clearly look at, like I said, broadly speaking, of the different biospiritual expressions of man. If you were to show up at this planet and you saw what the Russians produce as culture and civilization, you would clearly group it with people in Germany, the people in the US, white people elsewhere around the world, relative to the other peoples on planet Earth. So it would go a long way to creating a sense of bonhomie between and among the populations, and therefore some of these artificially engendered antagonisms between and among the people. So yeah, I agree totally on that point. And that's why I, from the very beginning, forevermore, have always considered Russia part of the West, and just generally because when we get into these definitions, like who is using the term West when they're using it to describe what. But I have always used it to mean the people who produce Western culture, Western civilization. And you can clearly see which groups on planet Earth do that and which groups don't. So they are absolutely included. The artificial division of the West versus the East might be for him partly a pragmatic thing in an attempt to identify with China and that allegiance that he needs for the Russian state, as long as he's going to be at odds with America and their satellites. But the problem, of course, is that even if he engenders a bonhomie between and among the peoples by way of such a definition, even if he does that, the anti-white, there's always this jostling of power, it never ends, among the anti-white oligarchs themselves. And it, as far as we can tell, by what then manifests in the world, there is an animosity, a competition between and among the anti-white oligarchs in the US and their satellites and those in Russia. So it's kind of like warring kings, if you will, and the countries are the robes effectively of the kings. Although you can clearly see in the interview that Putin wields power. It's not like American presidents. He is not beholden to power holders always operating behind the scenes and the dynamics of the shifting degrees of power and participation in socio-political activities. He is clearly speaking on behalf of the power holders of Russia. So if nothing else, in our lifetimes, the likelihood that we will actually see a power holder on that scale on planet Earth saying anything is very slim. So he might be, for some folks, the only one that they have ever seen speak. It's simply not the same to hear a prime minister or a president speaking publicly.
Yeah, that's a great point. Yes, the fact that the Western democracies are all controlled behind the scenes is absolutely critical in order to understand what's going on, right?
Right. Oh, precisely. And understanding that it's the degree to which it is driven by personalities and their needs is in one measurement an objective that could be academically interesting, pedantically interesting, but on another level is far less relevant for those of us in our lives and what we can do to put an end to the victimization of white people relative to this anti-white ideology. Power holders, it has always been the case, I figured this out a long time ago, shared it here, that since we are the victimized, we have to be, and since that victimization takes place by way of pretexts and that achieve various things like white guilting and etc., that means that we actually hold all the power because we can decide what concepts they're going to speak to us with. And the way I've described it to others over time is that if we spoke Martian, they would have to learn that language to speak to us, right? So if we use concepts that establish us as the moral actors and those victimizing us as the immoral actors so that they have to defend that position of the immorality, they are at a severe disadvantage. And where is the disadvantage experienced? At the dinner table, where the trenches are carved, where the battle lines are drawn, where family members get up and storm out of the house when they they don't get their way, or they get the opprobrium. They incur the opprobrium of other family members because they've held and argued for, defended an immoral position. One of the guys in our live chat, I wish I could remember his name right now, just the other day, said he was at a family get-together. He ended up being asked to leave because of the disagreement that got started. He was arguing on behalf of white well-being, but the son of this anti-white son of the father, the man of the house, or at least the male of the house. I don't know if he's actually in charge. The wife might be the man of the house, but the man, the male of the house, the son actually punched his own father. So the son was driven to such anti-white mania and ferocity, and clearly the father's trying to say, hey, knock it off. Father obviously took a more severe stance with the son because the son was arguing in favor of an anti-white position, such that the son was driven to a frothing rage and actually punched his own father. That's how you want, let me tell you folks, you want to recapture our destiny? That's how you want family get-togethers to end. If you're going to have anti-whites present, you want them to really show their ass. You want them to really come out hard and say, victimize white people, I hate you all. Yes, that is a massive victory for us. And white people need to understand. And we also need to get beyond this fear, this concern that we as white people, we always have. We're like, well, I don't want to hurt this person's feeling. And that it's harder for us because we are white people who are not anti-white to do this, because we are behaving in accordance with our mores, which says, in polite conversation and polite company, we don't want to offend, we want to befriend. And anti-white people are at war with that more. They express the inverse consciously to harm. And that means that they very easily can show their ass at a family get-together. We can't let it happen anymore. Bottom line. Anything else you want to share, man?
Well, totally agree with everything there, and I've been a lot of close people, absolutely gone in full battle, and yeah, it's actually fun. I think that I guess we should just take joy and pleasure in exposing it when they bring the things out. You really won.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, that a white positive activist should have been like rocking out probably to some ForNull or to RC the Realist on his way home, blasting through the speakers, laughing at every red light with the joy of the victory. So true. So true. Well, thank
awesome,
you.
Man.
You could stay, just mute yourself until we're only going to be here for about 5 or 6 or so more minutes, but you can stay on the mic, just mute yourself unless you have something to share. But
love it.
Cool. Thanks for checking in on the Twitter space.
Hey, brother.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
Yeah, so I wanted to jump back a little to the comment that was made on Odyssey about mixed race people, and you pointed out perfectly what I was going to point out, which is it's just another way of questioning the existence of white people, generally speaking, when they're engaged in such questions. But one of the things I wanted to elaborate on was anti-whiteism exists the same way if someone were anti-lion and decided their next target was the liger hybrid between the lion and the tiger.
Yeah, good point.
This idea of a white community who would exclude some other group is up to that white community. And our race has dynamic metrics of our well-being.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not going to be just this static metric of what is white, what's white well-being. It's a dynamic metric over time. And that's just a part of being a living people.
Precisely. Beautifully said. Yeah, thanks for chiming in with that. And thank God you were talking about denazification and not Donetsk, because I was suddenly wondering, what did I miss during the interview? How did I miss the conversation about that region in Russia? But maybe he did mention it. I don't know. But we have in the live chat, let's see, did I mention this already? With you kind of Saxon. He said, Promethean. Yeah, I did mention that. So he also says, I'm so glad, at least until now, I have no idea who is playing in the anti-white bowl. I don't either. I don't either, folks. And don't ever feel bad about that. You're doing the right thing from getting away from being this like toady for multimillionaires who play a game for a living. I was a star athlete. I played college football. I made the bad decision, as you all know, to play college football instead of minor league professional baseball. I don't watch any of it. There's a difference, though, I want to say, between somebody who maybe has a get together, they're going to have family. The point of the get together is family, and they're going to turn a game on. But these people who, and by the way, when you're watching the game or whatever, you're analyzing it. You are a participant, not this sycophantic toady fan of the deeds and behavior and accomplishments of other men. Don't try to live vicariously through them. That's not what a man of the West does. John Wayne would not have done that, for example, right? Clint Eastwood, we can think about these people. They would not have done these characters. They would not have done that. They're their own men. They could watch a game. They could give their 2 cents on it. But for example, what I'm saying here, the purpose of the get together would be for family. And then you could have this as well. The posters all over the walls, the pennant outside, the sticker on your car, take all that stuff down. That is ridiculous. I worked all over the course of my life, and obviously we still have to, blue and white collar jobs. And I was always amazed by how little a white guy could make a year in salary and how much he would spend on virtually worshiping multimillionaire athletes. And this is especially bad when it is wonderful athletes of other races. The last thing you want to do as a man of the, you can respect, as I do, you can respect a great performance from other groups of people. You can be impressed. You can say as much, you can give credit where credit is due. But this worshipful behavior is sickening and is totally unbecoming of a man of the West. So give that up if you haven't already. Let me check real quick, see if we have anything else, any other tags or financial gifts before we roll out of here. I think on the roll-in on Wednesday, we will have another Twitter space. Maybe we'll do 2 Twitter spaces a week, and we'll see if we can bring some folks in here. Another thing that you all can do for swashbuckling, aside from just finding me conservative content creators of maybe 1,000 or more, maybe even 500 or more followers who are able to talk on camera, is to get into some of these Twitter spaces and drop some of the lexicon if they'll let you on the mic. I mean, I see these Twitter spaces, I check in 60 seconds and I hear people talking about the most banal things that you can possibly imagine. The topic will be something socio-political, and then they'll devolve into talking about who has the longest drive to the grocery store. I'm not kidding. That's a real example. So you can jump in, ask for the mic, say something smart, drop a concept from Go Free. You'll be doing a world of good, especially since so many of the people you'll be following will be conservative minded. Now, do not go into these villainy, LARPing, role-playing chats, spaces on Twitter. They will be tagging Twitter, everybody who participates. You might as well consider your account as good as finished. And moreover, you are not going to make any headway with we don't want to, as Slaughtz was discussing last Sunday, you don't want to give these people our concepts that they're not going to take up Go Free. They might grab a concept because of how efficacious it is, but then they're going to write it under some symbol that the population has been taught is the most wicked thing, the wickedest thing that the world has ever seen. So that is another admonition for my friends and my champions. Okay, looks like we haven't missed anybody else. And also when it comes to just that question about who's white, and we do gotta check out of here because we're gonna run into the Spreaker problem. But the issue of the other issue of who's white, for us in white positivity, it doesn't matter because we invite everyone of every race. I don't care if somebody is 100% non-white, whatever. If they want to oppose anti-whiteism, they want to stand side by side for us for any number of reasons, then they're welcome. So certainly a white person who's, or somebody who considers themselves, identifies as white, who has non-white in their background, they're welcome as well. It doesn't matter. We're putting it into the victimization of white people. And it's kind of a simple mathematics problem to do here to determine and to see that if we are ending the victimization of white people, everything ends up going well for us. Everything ends up going good for us. No more victimizing white people. Every argument, every outcome ends up better and better for us over time. You all can be a part of this. You are a part of it if you're on the outreach team. I want you to reach out. I want you to get into the Prometheum. It's now a safe space for white positives and to discuss what I mentioned earlier. Jump in there, participate, obey the same rules of decorum that you do here on the live chat, and you will be fine there. And if you are, you meet the qualifications, you meet what we're looking for in an activist, you are actually studying the Go Free practice. It's not, you're not just showing up here, then you could end up in the outreach team where the true heroes really reside. I want to see you all there. I want us to continue to make a difference in the world, and you can see we are. It is a glorious time to be alive. Make sure that you are one of the people that they will write stories about, that they'll write lays about, that they'll write poems about, be in the history books of your kids, or you're just going to end up dead. That's the reality we're in. God bless you all. You know I love you. Let's go free.